In last week's session, the party traveled north to the Wayryden Grove, seeking out the strange old druid that they had met some time back, who in actuality they found was potentially the Wizard Paramon. Seeking to learn a little bit more about the situation he was in and why he couldn't remember who he was, they ventured out to meet him. On their way there, encountering a strange hedge maze and a path that didn't entirely make sense. By on the way, they did find their way to the ruins of Thunder Tree, and within, not only did they meet the old wizard under the guise of a druid, his mind oddly addled, but they met his neighbor, Nalcendris, purportedly a ancient green dragon, who was keeping him as part of her treasure trove. A trophy of sorts. During the conversation, Lunalia learned from his mouse Cornelius that the majority of the wizard's intellect was trapped within the mouse, perhaps a spell he'd cast on himself at the last minute to save his mind. In bargaining and bartering with the dragon, the party was able to come to an agreement to bring to her a person of similar experience and interest, another trinket she could play with as a temporary replacement for the old wizard. Barring that, they could fetch her a Dragonslayer sword, a relic of great meaning to Rogar and his people in a place he's very familiar with. Departing from there, the party returned to Craigmaw Castle, finding a lone member of the Red Brands left watching the castle, with Madrick and the others out, possibly raiding the Weston Way. The party beds down for the night in a unused chamber within one of the towers of the castle, as Scribble makes his way about, seeing what's changed, finding a large cache of platinum trade bars. He is approached by a mysterious figure, a Shadar Kai with a partially disfigured face. Talisa is her name, and she tells him that she was sent to dispatch him an oddity and anomaly of shadow, something that should not be, but after observing him, she's decided his fate should be different. Asking if she could tag along for a while. She does so at a distance, unbeknownst to the rest of the party. And so as we start this week's session, we find everyone the next morning after a long rest. And the morning is yours. What would you like to do?
Do we hear sound? Do we
what
hear
are the rest
sounds? Like signs of other people?
Make a perception check. That damn shield. This early? No. In fact, the castle is quiet. No footsteps, no voices, not even the sound of anything in the kitchen stirring yet.
Is it super early or just a normal time for waking up?
The sun is up, but it hasn't been up for long. I think if I remember correctly, you all arrived fairly early in the evening and would have probably called it an early night.
Yeah, I think we showed up when the sun was still kind of setting.
So no, it's between 6 and 7 a.m. There is a gentle mist, a gentle fog that hangs around the edges of the clearing in which the castle stands. A soft rain, misting rain, patters on the stonework of the castle.
I guess Rogar will head to the kitchen and start working on breakfast
All
for
right.
everyone.
What is everyone else doing?
So is our plan to hang out here waiting for Magic to return?
I think that was the hope, that he would be returning today. I'm sure we were told he's been gone a few days and that he should be back soon.
Yeah, that's what I remember. I'm gonna start roaming the castle.
All right, you set out to have a look around. Are you looking for anything in particular, or just having a morning walk?
I'm just gonna have a morning walk and, kind of remember how we ran around and almost like reminiscing the battle that happened here.
Hmm.
And just really going more to places I know I remember running across or through.
You find yourself in the chapel, at the north end of the castle. The scene of the bugbear's demise. And after that, you wander into the dining hall. The table set back a right. A few extra chairs brought in from other places around the castle. Things have been cleaned up here a bit. Not too much. It's still in quite the state of disrepair. The stonework is old and crumbling in places, and the entire eastern side of the castle is still completely wrecked. But the goblin and bugbear camp that was set up just outside has been completely dismantled, disposed of. The castle inside is a bit brighter, a bit warmer. Signs of a recent fire in the nearby hearth. Noro, you smell just the first whiff of food cooking from the kitchen on the other side of the door. You hear what's now the familiar sounds of your dragonborn friend, hard at work prepping what's going to be a tasty meal for the group. And as you walk around the table, you remember the confrontation with the drow in this room. Your memory a little blurred by the rage, but nonetheless, you do remember distinctly her getting away. And you wonder how things might have been different if you had a little more time to act. Are you looking for anything in particular? Do you want to make an investigation check as you wander the grounds?
I actually can't because I accidentally logged out of my character sheet and I'm trying to load back in. It's doing a 2-factor authentication. I need my phone and I need to find out where it's at.
No worries.
1 second.
Well, we'll switch to someone else then. Lunalia?
Lunalia would come down at the first smell of breakfast being started. She'll probably head outside, though, until, the call to breakfast is ready.
The soft rain
Actually-
is refreshing. Uh-huh. Actually,
Once she does that, she's going to look for the entrance down into the crypt from inside the manor.
right. Crypt. I don't recall. I don't think I had a...
Was there one?
I thought there was. We'd just never gone that way. I'm sure we were told that there was a way down.
I'm having
That was
a look...
the manor. We're at the castle.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I'm having a look, and I don't think there was a crypt. That isn't to say there wasn't one at one time, but on the map there's nothing showing, so it's either been the entrance has been wrecked, or there is a secret entrance, perhaps. Why don't you make an investigation check, and we'll find out.
I'm back, ready to go.
Welcome back.
Investigation.
You wander the halls for a while, looking for doors you don't recognize, or corridors that you haven't been down. You find your way around to the bars on the western side of the castle, the ground floor stairs that lead down. A barred entrance that once, not so long ago, Carlo the Halfling slipped between and in to scout around. You don't find any door per se, but there is a section of stonework that looks a little different than the others. Your roll wasn't high enough to determine how to open it, but you get the feeling based on a difference in stonework. There was either once an entrance here that was bricked over more recently than the building was built, or perhaps there is a way to a catch or a lever somewhere that you could pull or throw to open it. But you would need some help.
Yeah, she's just going to make a mental note to discuss it with Scribble when she comes across him.
Okay. Scribble, what are you up to this morning?
I'll probably go up to the top of the tower and look out to see if I could see like any signs of a group returning or anything.
Make a perception check. Not bad. You find your way up to the broken tower ramparts, and carefully moving amongst the broken, crumbling stone, you manage to find a good vantage point. Perched as high as you can get safely, you scan the treetops, and then beneath them, the edges of the clearing about the castle, not entirely too far away, no more than 100 to 200 feet in it at any point, the morning mist is breaking, and you're able to see a little ways in between the boughs of the trees. Nothing as of yet. And then you catch a dark figure, taller than a man, but a man. Eventually, as your eyes lock in on him and you trace the form, you realize it's Xanthras, the centaur. He's watching from beneath the trees. He doesn't seem to have seen you, but he is looking towards the castle, just watching, spear in his hand, the butt of it planted in the ground next to him.
Alright, I would just, after that, just go back downstairs and just, whoever I saw, just let them know that I didn't see anything up there. Didn't appear that they were coming anytime soon. Not sure who I would have run into.
Let's say you ran into me, and I would have filled you in on the area that looks like it might be bricked over, but that I couldn't find a catch or a lever or a secret button to press.
Just in the castle?
Near those bars that Carlo came through, or slipped through, on the western side.
Well, I would hope they would break it up. This is Madric's castle. I'm sure he doesn't want random people, maybe like ourselves, just entering.
No, it looks like there's a way. There used to be a door somewhere, and that has been bricked over.
Oh, let's go look.
Yeah, so she'll take him to where she saw it. Poker?
Had myself
sleepy.
muted, sorry. No, pizza. Pizza. You find your way back down that hallway. Out into the great room, in through one of the front rooms of the castle, around through the southwest tower, and down a flight of stairs. At the bottom of the stairs, lit dimly by the light filtering through the bars, Scribble, you indeed see a strange bed of stonework, about 6 feet across, 8 feet high. There is something odd about the stone. It's newer. You run your fingers over it, and you feel sharper edges to the stonework that haven't seen as much time or moisture. Make an investigation check with advantage. Now that you've been shown this.
Uh-oh.
You spend a few minutes pacing up and down the hallway, looking carefully at the walls, tracing your hands over crevices, and looking for some sign of a catch or a hidden lever, a depression, anything. You find nothing. You then move to the stonework of the floor and look around for a pressure plate, a stone that could be lifted with perhaps a mechanism underneath it. Nothing. This might just be a patch of wall that was it had some damage and was covered back up. It might be that there was something here once that was bricked over, but it doesn't look like it will budge, and it doesn't look like there's any way to open it.
So when you say it looks new, does it look like new, like being time frame of since we left?
No. What it looks like is, it looks like something you missed the first time you were here.
Oh, okay.
And now that someone's pointed out to you, it's a little more obvious. You know, you might have seen it, in fact, and just not even given it a second thought. But given that Linali has shown some interest in it, you spend some time and look it over, and it may be nothing. It may be something that's just beyond you.
So
Oh, well.
would that be considered a failed ability check?
Yes. Why?
What's the thingy called?
Oh, where you spend a sorcery point to succeed? Or to
Yeah.
roll it? Well, that is called... Oh, boy.
Magical guidance, I found it.
I see it there. You can spend a sorcery point to re-roll, and you must use the new roll, potentially turning the failure into a success. So yeah, make another investigation check. Flustered after your initial attempt to find a way in, you pace back and forth a little longer, thinking there just has to be something more to this. And as you reach up again to trace your fingers over the stonework, you notice a thread of shadow, a wisp of the slight darkness that always seems to hover just over your flesh is drawn almost like smoke being pulled into a vacuum towards a point about a foot left of the edge of the newer stonework. You go and have a look, and there is one stone that sits at just a bit of an angle. And you look around it, and there is a slight crack in the grout work around the stone. You try and get some purchase to pull it out, but it's tough. It seems to be stuck, perhaps needing a little bit of help to move it.
Perhaps we should find Noro.
Where's he off to this morning anyway?
Random place in the castle. I'm in the courtyard, I think. Last time I...
We can look
Lunalia
for
will
him
go
and check on breakfast.
She'll go looking for him.
Back in the kitchen, Harold has appeared, seemingly from nowhere, at the smell of food. Rogar, he begins to pester you a bit about when it'll be ready. Is there enough for him? And eventually he says, "Oh, how long are you guys gonna stick around for?"
I will stick around long enough to have a conversation with your leader. I've never met the man, so I don't know if I'll be of any importance in the conversation.
Well, you keep cooking like that, you'll have a seat at the table in any discussion. You, plan on cooking every day you're here?
I believe so, yes.
This
Right.
fucking guy.
Well, that's good then. Right, well, keep up the good work. I'll be about if you need me. And he stretches and adjusts his sword belt and saunters out the door. About 3 seconds later, you hear a sudden and a gurgle. We'll get back to the other group.
Oh.
You find Noro, and you tell him about the stone and the odd stone patch. And you show him the stone scribble. Noro, it looks very hard to get purchase on. Your large fingers are just barely able to grab the edge of the stone. You can try and dislodge it with a strength check if you want, but it would be a disadvantage.
All right, let's do that. Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah, you just can't quite get purchase on it. It's there isn't enough of the stone protruding from the wall for you to get your fingers around enough to give it a good pull. And that is what she said.
Noro, perhaps you could try yelling at it.
Yell at it, curse at it. Stupid wall doesn't want to move. Just let me try again.
The wall looks back at you. It looks hurt, but only its feelings.
Perhaps we need to come back with some tools. breakfast must be ready about now. Let's head back there. And she makes her way back to the kitchen.
I'll look at Nora and be like, I'm not sure why we're so interested in the wall.
Alright.
She's gonna get us killed.
Luckily, she can't hear you.
Bear with me for just a second. I'm not preparing a battle map or anything. Certainly not.
Mm-hmm.
Back to Rogar. You hear this stifled yell, a gurgle, and then silence. A second later, you hear the sound of something being dragged.
Harold? Harold!
This one might take a while to load. Let me know when you guys can all see it clearly. It took a good 15-20 seconds for me.
It's up for me.
Everything's super blurry for me.
Yeah, it takes a
Yeah,
while.
that's how it starts. Yeah.
So is this where we are, or was this where we were previously?
This is where you are currently.
So we're
Rogar,
just
the-
looking at a wall that goes into this, like, room that has a doorway?
So Scribble and Noro, where you are here, the western side, it's actually there's a flight of stairs down on either side, and the depression that you're in there, the section of wall looks like it might lead to something below.
Oh, okay.
You're at a level a good 6 to 8 feet below what you imagine the rest of this floor of the castle sits at. You're at ground level, and if you look, the castle is up a short flight of steps from the ground.
Alright, that makes sense. I was like, man, we could have gone in that doorway and got that ale.
Rogar, the kitchen area that you're in is not as wrecked as it shows on the map, and certainly not as blurry either. I'm just gonna try refreshing my browser to see if it comes back a little clearer.
It's not blurry on mine.
It is on mine still.
Yeah, I think I picked an image for this battle map that is just a little too big for Roll20 to handle well. Refreshing your browser does not help. Woof.
Nope, I have just discovered that.
I don't seem to remember it being this bad before. Like, it took a little while, but not this long.
Oh, there we go.
Nice. Well, good. So, Rogar, from where you're at, the sound came from the doorway from the dining hall that Harold disappeared into, and you call out for him, and there's no response.
How the heck did we sleep through this and not know?
Meanwhile, Lunalia, Scribble, Noro are just leaving the hallway where your tokens are at on the map. Noro, what are you doing?
Noro's about to panic. Well, actually, he doesn't.
Well,
know
actually,
anything yet.
sorry. Rogar, what are you doing?
Sorry, I was trying to ping the map. So the doorway leading to the dining room, that's where he disappeared? Or
Mhm.
that's where I...
He walked through the door, it shut behind him. You heard a sound about 3 seconds later from the next room over, and then silence.
will grab my sword and shield and just with the tip of my sword just try and push the door open so I'm not immediately in the doorway.
Alright. You push the sword open, make a perception check as you peek into the room beyond. Hmm, 16 is just enough. You see a pair of booted feet and a slight blood trail disappear into the room beyond, into the chapel area back here. I don't know how. I guess Rogar would be the only one from this party who hasn't had a fair walk around this place. Would he have the night before or this morning gone for a bit of a walk, or would he not know his bearings other than...
Would not really know his bearings. He probably...
Okay.
He would know where the kitchen is because he cooked the food, and then that's about it.
You see a booted foot being dragged, toe up, being dragged through the doors, and one of the doors is open and is just quietly shut. You see a dark-skinned hand very quietly push it shut.
I'm not seeing my pings on the map.
I just saw a blue one from you. There you go. Yeah,
That's
I got
me.
it. Oh. Weird.
I was testing my pings.
Well, that's me testing the stream's pings. That's strange. When you ping, you just click and hold, right?
Yeah.
There we go. So he went through that doorway.
This doorway here.
Okay. I will... go up to the doorway, I guess. Not open it or anything, but just put my ear against it. If it is closed.
It is, yeah. It's closed, but it's just barely ajar. The door has had some damage to it, and it doesn't look like it shuts completely. There's just a crack you might be able to peer through if you dare chance it. Meanwhile, back along the way, Lunalia, I'm assuming you're just heading towards the kitchen when the other two are maybe a few paces behind you, or...
Yep.
Scribble know her, or are you guys following her to breakfast, or are you guys gonna stay and have a chat and have a little more of a look at this wall?
I was going for breakfast.
Yep, I was not messing around. It's munch time.
Knowing the layout of this place roughly, there is a another door that leads basically right to the kitchen. I mean, you guys, here I can put Lunalia back. You guys could actually have gone that way as well.
I would have just gone the quickest way, so if that way's the option.
Mm-hmm.
What's the squiggly line there?
In the original map, the squiggly line I think is just a curtain.
Okay.
And it wouldn't be there on this map. This is a map I lifted from Curse of Strahd. Rogar, how are you approaching the door?
I guess kind of like how am I looking through it, or how am I getting from the kitchen to the door?
Yes. Stealthily, walking right up.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I would. I guess be hugging the wall and stealthily trying to make my way over.
Okay, go ahead and give me a stealth check, disadvantage, and We'll see how that goes. Hmm. As you approach the door, you see light. The room you're in is somewhat dimly lit. There's just the flicker of light from a couple of sconces on the wall that have been recently lit, maybe by Harold this morning. And a bit of light streams in the corners of the room where there are narrow window slits that open to the grounds outside. The room beyond must be more brightly lit, because you see a flicker of shadow interrupt the light that streams through the crack between the doors. There is definitely someone on the other side of the door that is just passed in front of it. They don't seem to hear you.
Awesome, awesome. Do I charge in, or do I wait?
What's going on?
Well, Lunalia would have made it to the kitchen by now, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm. You, Rogar, you become aware of footsteps behind you from the kitchen. Likely the sound of your friends coming to check on you. Scribble and Oro, go ahead and move yourselves up to that position.
Is this kitchen door open? I'm assuming it is.
I would have left it open, going through, yeah.
So, she'd take a look around the kitchen at stuff still probably in the process of cooking and wonder where Rogar's gone. If she were to look out this door, would she be able to see him?
Yeah. You walk over and have a look through the door. You see Rogar, sword drawn, shield in his other hand, up against the wall, just next to the double doors. They're shut, open just a crack, and he is cautiously approaching them.
Yeah, so she would be hissing and gesturing to the two behind her to come closer, and she'll point out the door towards Rogar. And then she's going to move right up to the doorway.
All right, how is she moving?
I mean, she'd probably just quietly walk to the door. She's not... I don't think she would be stealthing. She assumes that Rogar has seen something in the room beyond.
All right, go ahead and move yourself there. Interesting. Scribble and Noro, you see her signal to you and then exit the room.
No, she didn't exit the room.
Oh,
She
no,
moved
sorry.
up to the kitchen door.
I thought you said you were moving up to the other door.
Mm-mm.
Well, then you see her move up to the kitchen door, watching intently through it. What are you guys doing?
Noro's like, what's going on? We gotta sit down and eat. And I guess I look over her shoulder and I see now the same thing that she just saw. So then I look back at Scribbles and I'm all like, I don't know, making signals or gestures like combat, maybe? I don't know, like something's going on.
I
And
picture him doing imaginary sword swings.
right, and I whip my weapon out,
Whoa!
and I make my way towards Rogar slowly.
I'm gonna cast Mage Armor then.
I mean, as long as I've known him, he'd rather be cooking, and if he's got his sword out,
And he didn't even turn the stove off.
right, we got problems, I think.
Rogar, as you're up by the doors, you hear a odd high-pitched whistle, almost too loud, or almost too high-pitched to hear, just at the edge of your audible range. It's echoed again from further away, and then you hear it again from behind you, and suddenly the room goes black. I need you to all roll initiative.
Oh, what is going on? Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
Oh, yeah. Get those out of the way.
Oh,
It's okay.
Amadon's here. Oh,
It's whistling ghosts.
Mm-hmm.
Are these windows, Poker, where I'm at? Yeah.
Are the windows where? Yes, they are. Mm-hmm.
Could I have seen anything outside?
Make a perception check.
Decent, good.
You have a look outside. Unfortunately, the window you're at doesn't give you much of a view of the yard, other than it lets you see the left sort of half of the yard. The door to the outbuilding there stands open, and broken. One of its hinges is broken. You scan the fence, and you do see one spot on the fence, right about there. Pretty much the same spot where your party came over the wall before. There is a gleam of metal. You see a grappling hook over the top of the wall, and just a hint of rope wrapped around one of the stakes at the top of the wall. Give me just a second. I'm going to get everybody on the initiative order. I got Rogar's 11. I got Scribble's 8. Let's get... let's get Noro's 3. Nice roll. And Linelia's 2 on the list. Remember to select your token before you roll initiative to get them on the list. Rogar, Scribble, Nora, Linelia. Okay, and then let's order that. Descending with the combat round at the start. Rogar, the world goes black around you. Lunalia, you see a little further than halfway between you and Noro a black bubble, completely devoid of light, appear, and Noro disappears within it.
Rogar.
Rogar. You guys look the same. I can't tell you apart.
We've seen spells like this before a
Oh,
few
yes.
times now.
Yeah, I believe the last time we were here when you fought the drow, they used
Yep.
this at least
Yep.
once.
So she's going to whisper over her shoulder and just say, I think it's drow. And then she will she's going to quietly move back 1 pace so that Noro has lots of room to get through and into the next room. Oh, we've had a long rest, yes?
Yeah, you've all had a long rest.
Okay.
I hope you've all punched your long rest button.
I have now.
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
Poker, I don't know if you know I did this. I speak a little bit of Undercommon.
Yeah, no, I know.
Oh, okay. Because I was trained by Dark Iron Doors and all that. So, I don't know. I guess I say an Undercommon like. So hold on. Only where Rogar is where this happened, right? It's nowhere else around us.
Correct. You
Just-
see a black dome form around him that is completely devoid of light, but you can see perfectly all the way up to the edge of it.
So I'm gonna move. About there, and I'm gonna. I know Noro's gonna remember that smoke, and I guess in Undercommon I'm gonna say like you again.
You say it and you hear a chuckle, but you don't see anyone. Scribble,
Okay.
what are you doing?
I stay at the ready.
The turn order has just changed, and my value has changed. I did not roll a 12.
I also never went.
That's weird.
Oh yeah, that's true. Whoopsie.
Yeah, no, I've got a. Hang on a sec. Yeah, no, that's weird. I have a 2 from you. Oh, I know why. Sorry, that's my bad. That was me putting you in the turn order and not updating your number. Rogar, what are you doing? There we go.
Well, you said I heard a whistle behind me, then the world went black, right?
Yeah, you heard a high-pitched whistle from the room beyond, another one from somewhere beyond that, and then one from a distance behind you, maybe through the kitchen. Scribble and the others, you also would have heard that coming from sort of the direction you came from, back this way.
Okay, so it wasn't directly behind me. I will. Did the door have handles?
Yes.
I will grab the the handles of the door and just hold it.
All right. Yeah, you grab it, and you feel something starting to tug the door open, and you slam it shut. Make a strength check. Actually, make an athletics check. We'll do this as a contested roll.
Shit.
It's nearly enough, but something is starting to wrench the door open. You don't quite get purchase on the right handle well enough, and it starts to slip out of your fingers. You feel the door pull open about 6 inches. Scribble, I'll ask you what you're doing, and I guess Noro and Linalia would have gone after that. Sorry, that's my bad. I got the real rolls mixed up with the fake rolls that come up when I punch the button to add you to the list. I think I might add another button that just adds you to the list with a 0 value that I can then just fill in.
So can I see the shadow, like orb, or tell what it is from where I am?
Not from where you're at, no. Yeah, you know what? You would see just the edge of it, just the edge here that blanks out the part of the table.
And would I be able to recognize the spell?
Oh yes, yeah, you've seen it before. In fact, the last time you were here.
And so I can see him, let's see. If I move up to here with half my turn, I can see him like trying to hold the door shut.
No, you can't see him. He's inside a bubble of black.
Oh, that's right.
I think you have a way to see into that, right?
Only if I cast it.
Hmm. Gotcha. Then yeah, you would only see the black bubble there. You might hear him.
Okay. I'm just going to use the rest of my turn to dash over to here.
All right.
And then just call out to him and say, "What is it?"
Something killed Harold and went into the church. Or went into this room, and now it's trying to wrench it open. Holding the door closed.
At that point, Nora runs into the room and says what he says. You all hear a chuckle from beyond the doors, a familiar female voice. And bear with me for just a second here. Rogar, the turn is to you again. There is something on the other side of the door. Your perception is good enough, actually, to hear at least two distinct individuals beyond the door. One of them struggling to pull the door open, and just barely winning against you, and the other one, you hear the sound of steel, the sound of a sword being drawn from a scabbard. What are you doing?
I can roughly tell that I'm between the two doors, right? So if I were to breathe forward, it would be able to hit the two on the other side, maybe?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it'd be a fun surprise.
Yeah, then I'll do that.
Well, that is a 15-foot cone.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we're talking the same cone as Burning Hands or Color Spray.
It's a con DC of 14 for half damage.
2, 3, 4, 5, and... oh, something along the lines of that? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Con DC
Cool.
of 14. Let's make these public rolls, and come on. That's a failure.
Ooh.
That's a failure.
Nice.
And that is cold damage, right?
Yes.
What? Silver? Breath weapon silver? Nice.
Yep. Because I'm a Silver Dragonborn. I don't know why it didn't say cold, but
Yeah, it's a little strange.
Cool though. Breath of Rogar. Grabby hands.
You straighten up, take a deep breath, and exhale. There is everyone else hears in the sound of the sound emanate from this dark sphere. The sound of crackling ice forming quickly. As Rogar, you breathe frost through the 6-inch crack in the door, straight into the faces of these two drow. As you do, you suddenly are able to pull the door shut, the ice in between crackling and exploding, as one of them falls back. The one who's trying to pull the door open falls back. You hear a shout from the other one, and movement on the other side of the doors. It doesn't seem to have killed them, but you seem to have startled and injured them. Give me just a second, and let me check and see if darkness is concentration. It is. Let's make a con
Yep.
save. The darkness stays. Anything else? Bonus action?
No. Not that I can think of.
Bonus action? Strike a pose for nobody to see?
No.
Scribble.
And so we still have no idea what's going on in there.
I'm pretty sure you've seen and heard Rogar breathe frost before. And I would say you would recognize that sound.
So I guess we can just call into it. Like, would we have heard a door shut?
Yeah, you heard the door suddenly slam shut and the sound of crashing ice as it did.
Did you get them?
I think so. I think there's two on the other side. I can't really see very well.
Well, get out of it.
Or at all.
Yeah, or at all.
Get out of the area of it. And then, I mean, I can't really hold a spell because
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to
there's
see
like
anything.
no, like I wouldn't be able to see anyone come through. So I will just wait.
Noro, the turn is yours.
So I'm listening to obviously see Scribble talking to Rogar, but can't see, and I understand he can't see anything. So I'm just gonna move to about there on the edge and just kind of hold and be ready for an attack. Just because I can't see and I don't know. I hold.
You're muted.
I am muted, thank you. Are you holding an action or are you just waiting?
Holding an action.
Okay. To attack somebody who comes out if it's if it looks like an opponent?
Yeah, because as soon as I heard Rogar do his breath ability, he's obviously attacking, so I'm just at the ready in case something comes out.
Okay. Just as a point of order, if you ever want to wait, but you don't want to ready an action or ready a spell, because readying a spell, if you end up not casting it before the start of your next turn, you actually still do expend the spell slot. You can take the dodge action. If you take the dodge action, any attack roll made against you has disadvantage if you can see the attacker, and you make dex saving throws with advantage. So, you know, it's not a complete waste of a turn. You can still at least act defensively quite well. So, Scribble, you can just say, I'm going to take the dodge action and leap out of the way if anything comes at me.
Would it work in this case since I can't see anything?
I mean, you can see, you just can't see what's beyond it. So it would be a bit of a surprise, but as soon as something came out of the black, you would still see it. So you would see a sword come out at you. To be fair, whatever's inside that can't see outside of it either. So I'm not sure you'd know that though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know because I can see in mine, so I would think that other people probably, if they're going to cast it, can probably see in theirs.
Muted again.
Dang it. Lunalia, you become aware of a pair of footsteps behind you. Just one.
Lunalia is going to cast invisibility. And is the door that everyone just went through, I'm assuming it's still just wide open?
Mm-hmm.
She's going to move into the room and just on the other side of the door.
As you do that, you see a drow warrior with a short sword and a crossbow slung over his back sneak through the doorway behind you. You disappear out of sight, and he looks around the room, doesn't seem to see you. So you are invisible. That is a concentration spell. I'll put a dot on you.
Mm-hmm.
And I should also put one on this guy. Alrighty.
She's going to, once she's in the room and can see what's going on, she doesn't see any enemy targets, correct?
That is correct. Just the one
She
that was
only
behind
knows. She only knows what she's heard Rogar and Scribble talking about.
you. Mm-hmm.
Okay, she is going to, while she's invisible, just move into this doorway and peer into the room beyond.
Okay, go ahead and make a perception check.
Jesus.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's a lot of ones.
A lot of them ones. You don't see anything. But it's quiet. Almost too quiet. And it doesn't feel right. Anything else?
No. She'll just face, back into the room and move just out of the way of the doorway and wait to see what happens.
All right. Noro and Lunalia, you become aware of the kitchen suddenly going dark. The bubble extends just into the room you're in as you hear footsteps come your way, and just a snap, and then the lights go out in the kitchen. And the turn is again to Rogar, now firmly holding the door shut. You do feel a tug on the other side of it, but it doesn't budge. You manage to hold it shut.
I thought they tugged it out of his hand.
Well,
And
they
then I
did, and
breathed
then
on
you
them and
breathed
then
frost
grabbed it
in their
again.
faces and pulled it shut.
Ah, okay.
Part of me feels like I should keep holding this door, but part of me also feels like I should leave the dark circle so we can actually hit people. But I don't really know. Would I can feel it being tugged on both doors or just one?
Just the right one again, and you hear somebody talking on the other side, not shouting. Noro, you hear in Undercommon, "Pull it open! Pull it open, quick!"
What? I guess what kind of handles is it? Is it like a doorknob or is it a loop like I could slide something between the two handles to keep it closed?
Yep, simple wrought iron handles, looped. So yes,
Okay.
you could put the haft of an axe through it, or a sword blade through it. It might hold for a bit.
I will take out a javelin and slide it through to keep it closed.
All right.
And then I will. How would he move? I will move backwards, knowing where the table is to the door, until I bump into it, and then towards the kitchen from there, probably stumbling over the chairs. Kind of using the table as a guide to moving to one side. Muted.
Smart and good RP. You stumble away over a couple of the chairs, finding the table and following it to light. Scribble and Noro and Lunalia, you see Rogar emerge. He looks fine. Other than he's blinking what is now the by comparison bright light of the room out of his eyes. Scribble, you become aware of footsteps in the main room out here. And the open doors, suddenly the light coming in from the main room goes dark as another bubble of darkness drops. What are you doing?
So, if I move over to here, are these dotted lines to where you can see through them?
Yes.
I think that's just the balcony above.
Correct. There's a balcony. The ceiling is about 10 feet up. The rest of the room, the ceiling is a good 30 feet up.
These dark things don't actually move, right?
Correct. Well, not that you know of. They seem to be staying still.
I mean, how many times can they do that?
How many of them are there?
Because if it's concentration, I'm almost thinking we can bust. We should probably go out this door and go outside. I mean, because they're obviously coming after us, and they've already done their business. Otherwise, there could be. You're right. How many of them are there? What if there's another one, and then this corner goes black? Now we're really going to be screwed. And I'm just thinking about more room to move.
I think Noro has a good idea.
Or to get out, just to make sure we can do something.
I'm gonna move out here.
Ah, okay.
And then I will use your dodge action that you mentioned.
Well, before you make that decision,
Uh-oh.
you become aware of one drow standing on the stairs, looking sort of into the darkness, his hand still raised as if he just cast the spell. And you see the cloak of a second drow just entering the darkness here. So one you can see and one you can't, but you know where he's at.
Oh, okay. And they would be within like line of sight where I could hit them with a spell.
Correct, yes.
Well, then I will cast a spell at them.
An area of effect would catch them both. If you're casting a targeted spell, it'd be disadvantage at the one in the darkness. You know where he's at, but you're not sure exactly.
Do you have an area effect spell?
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Oh, lightning bolt.
Oh my goodness.
I don't think I have a template for that, but it is a 5 foot wide, something
Yeah, 100 feet long.
100 feet long. Oh boy.
Those kegs are now destroyed in the next room.
I mean, not necessarily. It'll hit the wall and stop.
Jesus.
We'll just use Aghanazar's Scorcher here. A little something like that.
Yeah, that'll work.
Wow.
You hold your hand up, and there is a burst, a crackle, and a burst of lightning that erupts from it. It disappears into the darkness. Let's see how they do. Go ahead and roll your 8d6 lightning damage there. And I'm going to make dex saves against your DC of
15.
15, I think.
Yeah, DC's 15. It rolled, it was 29.
Oh.
So you take half as much damage on a success?
Correct.
Oh.
You, 29, half of 29 is 14. The lightning bolt hits the drow here. Really? How do I not? Come on. Oh. There we go. The lightning bolt hits the drow atop the stairs, stunning him. He spins around as the spell is cast, and his eyes roll back in his head. He slumps against the banister, his armor smoking. The one inside is hit full force by it. He doesn't even see it as he is in darkness. You see a smoking hand, a smoking arm flop out of the shadow, a long sword clattering across the floor as he is incinerated.
Got him.
And the drow here is, let's see, concentration check.
Well, if he's stunned, does
yeah,
that,
I
then it's
believe a
dropped
stun breaks
immediately?
concentration.
Yeah.
The only condition that stops concentration is incapacitated.
Hmm.
But he does have to make a con save. DC of 10 or half the
14.
damage, whichever is higher, so DC of 14, and he fails it, and the darkness drops. And he is stunned. I don't know. Let's put some sunglasses on him. I need to upload some new condition markers that are actually good. That's it for you, Scribble. Any other movement, or are you good?
No, I'm good.
All
Just
right.
like a fist pump or something for one-shotting a guy?
Almost one-shotting two guys.
Those of you in the dining hall, Oh wow, that's a well, you hear the sound of somebody rolling a natural 1 to try and bust that door open. And a 3. A 3. There is a struggle from within the darkened place, and you hear the doors rattling against the shaft of the javelin, and they are unable to open them. And it is to you, Noro.
I have a question, Poker. If I use my Clangor's Ran and I use the light, does it work in darkness, or does that too get engulfed?
The last time that you were here, you did not yet have the sword.
Right.
In fact, this is where you got it from. I would say Nora wouldn't know. So you could try it.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna try it. It's the only way I'll know. So I'll do my command of turning on the light on my blade and walk into what I remember where the door was behind me. Something like that, I guess.
All right.
More like here, actually, so that way I can see.
You step into the cloud of shadow, and your vision immediately goes dark. You do not see the sword at all.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Then I guess I'll finish. Can I finish my move?
Yeah, of course, of course.
I realize that's a bad idea.
Take a step in, immediately leave.
And I let everybody know that didn't work.
As you step out of the darkness, you look down at Clangor's Rend, and the blood groove down the side of the blade where the light emanates from is cold. There is no light. Seemingly dispelled by the darkness. At the same time, you realize that the door to your south, the darkness there has disappeared, and there is the distinct smell of burnt flesh wafting through the doorway. Anything else?
I'm just gonna step another step back, probably around here, and just kind of I'm more like facing towards the door I came from, and I'm just gonna hold my position here. And I smell flesh, you say, so.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
So we saw Scribble go down there, so he did some business down there. So more than anything, actually, I think Nora will actually go down here.
Okay.
Kind of like what happened type of deal, and where's Scribble and what's going on.
Right around here, you see your vision's somewhat limited, but you do see the feet of a dead drow warrior on the ground sticking out. He's sort of laying a little bit out of your line of sight, but you see sort of his feet and legs, and they're smoldering.
All right, I'll be mature.
I'm skipping the turns of drow that are in the darkness. They are doing things, they are moving, but you don't see them, so I'm just skipping them and keeping a mental note of what they're doing. Lunalia, the turn is to you.
She's going to take a look back at Rogar, and then she's going to jerk her head towards Noro, and she also, Never mind.
You're invisible.
Rogar can't see her.
Yeah.
So she's just gonna hope that he sees nobody else in the room and follow us. And she will move out. She'll see that corpse and she'll head down the stairs.
That's a landing. Those stairs are actually up.
Oh. Then she will move here.
As you
She's
come
got
around
30
the corner, you see
30 feet of movement, she'll go there.
You see the feet of the dead drow right about here. You come around the corner, you see smoldering feet and legs. There is a body missing in the middle. An arm on one side, an arm on the other side, a head and some of a shoulder, and there is just a massive pile of ash where the middle of his torso was. A drow here on the stairs leaned against the banister, his eyes rolled back in his head spinning. You catch sight of Scribble across the way, possibly a smug look of success on his face.
She is going to use her action to move over near where Scribble is. To about here.
All right.
And that's my turn.
Just making some more strength checks here. Rogar, you hear the splintering of wood as the two drow work to try and pry the door open against the javelin you placed in it. You hear the haft of the javelin crack and start to splinter. You would guess that they would probably have the doors open by your next turn,
Okay.
and it's to you.
Seeing that there's nobody else in the room, I will follow Noro, who was the only person I saw leave that doorway. I will follow him out. To about there, and does this door have the same kind of door handles? Like looped wrought iron door
It does,
handles?
yeah.
Okay. Then yeah, same thing. Just close door, javelin through, make sure it's nice and secure this time.
These drow are wishing they hadn't always skipped Arms Day.
Mm-hmm.
Drow not so strong.
I'm like big brain lizard.
And then I'll move to there once it's been closed and barricaded, I guess, with the javelin.
All right. Yeah, you become aware of the one drow dazed on the stairs there. And it is his turn. Well, what is he gonna do? Oh boy. Rogar, I need you to... He raises his hand, points a finger at you, and utters a word you don't understand. There is a burst of violet light around you. I need you to make a dex saving throw.
Is it specifically targeting me, or is it an AoE?
It is an AoE.
Fuck, okay. I just have to quickly read the feat. Okay.
Do you get advantage on that from your...
Only if it only targets me.
Ah. Ooh. Well, I mean, fortunately, it does no damage as he casts the spell Fairy Fire. You are outlined in light. A violet glow surrounds you for the next 1 minute or until he loses concentration. Attacks against you have advantage. You cannot benefit from being invisible.
Better bomb the spell.
Yeah, exactly. At that, he turns and runs up the stairs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and yeah. And he drops down behind, just checking the other map. Partial cover +2 to his armor class. So Rogar, just note he's above you. I'm not going to use the other map unless this gets overly complicated. But he's on the balcony above you now, not standing behind you.
So right about there. Okay.
Scribble, the turn is to you. You saw him cast the spell and run up the stairs. You do see his head and shoulders over the railing on the balcony above.
Yeah, it's half cover, so we wouldn't be able to. Or like I would have disadvantage in hitting him.
Not disadvantage, it just increases his AC by 2.
Oh. I think I will cast darkness around myself.
Cool.
Oh shit.
Yeah, well, he doesn't know you're there.
Yeah, this is true.
I suppose I better put concentration back on this drow for fairy fire.
I'm sparkly.
I'm gonna. I suppose I should probably draw a line indicating that you have barred the door shut. Right here. What you doing there, Scribble? Darkness? Let's give you a darkness. Come on. There we go. Centered on yourself?
No, kind of blocking the doorway.
Like this doorway? Here.
Yeah.
You know what?
So like me still in it, but move it down a couple.
I think he's giving you priority over
Yeah,
it.
there. Put it where you want it. And if you want to move it to not centered on the grid, you can hold down the Alt key before you let go of your mouse, and it'll let you go off grid.
There we go.
The rest of you see this additional sphere of darkness appear, and that is as tall as it is. Well, yeah, okay, so 20 feet up. All right, it's good to know because it obscures the space above you as well. That is you. It is to the other drow here, and he makes another strength check, assisted by his friend. You hear the splintering of wood in the distance. The doors are finally opened. You hear footsteps and shouts in the other room. And Noro, the turn is to you. The door next to you is barred shut with a javelin shoved through the loops of the door handles. And you do hear footsteps and voices in Undercommon, shouts at first and then lowered voices. One asks, "Where did they go?" And the other says something about "through the doors there." And then there's a shout of surprise as right about the time you see the black sphere encircle Scribble. What are you doing?
The one that Rogar's with, is Is he dead already, or are we just
The
trying?
one that's next to me is upstairs. You wouldn't see him.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. He ran upstairs.
But would he have seen him run upstairs?
Yeah, would I have seen him? I know where I'm at. It's kind of hard to see.
You would have heard footsteps, for sure.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm like looking at Rogar, and since he's the only one I see, I'm like, what's the plan?
Just being sparkly, just shrug at you. I don't know. I guess just hold out until they run out of these orbs.
I'm thinking, how many can they do it again? Like, can they cast it again?
You would have seen me cast it multiple times while we've been around.
Yep. I'm just thinking, how long do we keep running? Because, you know, if they're gonna do it again, I don't want to be caught, I guess, in a 4-square room. Do we want to chase? You know what? I'm gonna chase the guy. The steps I heard.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, here we go. All right. I just counted it out. 60 feet gets you right to him. So Noro suddenly bolts out around the stairs, grabs the banister, nearly ripping it off as he swings around it, taking the stairs, 3 at a time, gets to the top, and is right in the face of the very, very shocked Drow. Noro, at this point, you see 2 more.
Do you want to move them to the second floor map, maybe?
Yeah, I can do that, if you guys are okay with that.
Yep. It's easier then to know who I can see and who I can't.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, give me a second here. Let me get them lined up on the stream and on my screen.
But at least you see him.
Yeah.
Man, this
Well-
is a Drow raid on a.
All right, there we go. I think I got it. Noro, as you wing around the steps and up onto the balcony, you see 2 more Drow here, crossbows at the ready,
Oh no.
in somewhat defensive positions in these stairwell doorways. You only have a bonus action left because you would have used your action to dash.
Right. Then I'm gonna rage.
Doing what barbarians do with their bonus action. The veins pop, the skin reddens, and the Drow shrinks back from you as anger covers your face as you stare down at him. Lunalia, having just witnessed this, what do you do?
So from where I am, I should be able to see Noro and the Drow and the other Drow to the south of them, correct?
The other Drow to the south, this one here, you just barely see, you become aware of a head and a bit of a shoulder pop up. It looks like he had maybe been hunkered down and out of sight, and when Noro charged up, it surprised him and he stood up fully. You see him readying a crossbow.
Okay. And how high is the ceiling in this room?
The ceiling in the room is 30 feet, and the balcony, the ceiling of the balcony above you is about 10 feet up. It's the balcony is stone, so the floor of it is about 13 feet up from you.
Okay. Man, all of my shit seems to be AoE.
It's okay, your friends are tough. They can take it.
Uh-huh. Actually, Lunalia is going to... Oh. She's gonna move upstairs as well. She can really only get to just the top of the stairs, though. Um... From here...
You can now see the other drow as well.
Okay.
And they can't see you because you're invisible.
Okay, she is going to, starting at a point directly in front of Noro. She's going to drop her invisibility first. And she'll just quickly say, I'm here. And then she will cast Tidal Wave.
Oh boy. You want to link that?
Yep.
120 feet. Ooh.
That's a lot of water.
Up to 30 feet
so
long,
that's
up
gonna...
to 10 feet wide, and up to 10 feet tall. Good lord.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So starting at a point directly in front of Noro, so it'll hit that drow and the drow down here.
Mm-hmm. Knocked prone. It doesn't spreads out across the ground in all directions, extinguishing unprotected flames and within. Yeah, so it would pour down through the railing of the balcony, crash onto the floor below, spread a ways, and then after the full 6 seconds of your turn, disappear. That is ridiculous. Wow. Leaving the entire area moist.
Is the balcony 10 feet tall? Is it 10 feet off the ground below it?
13 feet off the ground below it.
Okay.
So here's some dex
So I will
saves.
cast it right at Noro's feet, going forward.
Fail. And a success from the drow and back. He manages to sort of brace himself against the wall behind him and stay upright as he is pummeled by this massive column of water that shoots towards him. The drow in front of Noro is knocked prone.
And takes 18 damage.
Yep.
He takes 18 damage and promptly dies. Noro, when the wall of water washes over him, you see him get pulled back about 10 feet, and his body is lifeless as the water rushes away from him. The other drow takes 9 points of damage and is sort of battered into the corner here. How does Noro react to seeing a sudden wave of water that massive up here on this balcony shooting away from him?
He's raging. So because he's raging, he only adores like more chaotic things. So seeing something more like that, you could just say he got more raged. And I guess in a way, like what? Like look and then realize who it was, and it's like yes, like even more revitalizing for him.
Yeah, that's why she let him know that she's there.
All right. Is that it for you, Cornelia?
Yes, that is it for me. Oh, actually, as a bonus action, she's going to cast Magic Stone. Oh, can she?
Is that a cantrip?
Is it a cantrip?
Yes, it's a cantrip.
Yeah, do it.
Okay. I didn't mean to do that.
Oh, that's
I just meant to display it.
Making some pebbles.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Also not concentration. That's cool. Speaking.
Well,
of
it doesn't matter. My
which-
concentration is gone.
Yeah, I need to fix that. There we go. No more blue dot. The drow behind you does a thing that you guys can't see, so I'm not going to move him. The drow opposite you, however, on his turn, is going to fire his hand crossbow at... Well, let's do a little range calculation here.
I mean, I'm still on the stairs. I haven't come up onto that floor, actually. So
Yeah, but
would
he
I get
can-
cover from the banister?
Not really. He's looking down at you. Your AC would be +1, let's say. Yeah, he is going to fire at you with his hand crossbow. With an 18, does that hit your AC +1?
Yes.
Then I need you to make a... you take 3 points of piercing damage, and I need you to make a DC 13 con save. Ah, not a problem. The small bolt from his hand crossbow strikes your flesh, and as it does, you feel a strange burn. Your eyes roll, and you suddenly feel tired, but you shake it off as the poison fails to take effect. He is then going to... Oh boy. Seeing the state of things, he is going to 5, 10, 15... move over to here. And that's his turn. Rogar.
I'd be able to see the guy that just shot at Lunalia. Or at one of the two that are up there. Not really
Yes,
knowing who.
Yeah, definitely.
He's gonna call out to Scribble to make sure that he's still alive and well. Because I don't think he's seen Scribble cast darkness before.
You did just last week.
My back was to you. If I was
Oh, okay.
if I was punching Noro, I wouldn't
Ah,
I
sure.
wouldn't have. So yeah, I would call out to Scribble, make sure he's all right, and attempt to throw a javelin at the drow on the upper floor.
All right, go for it.
It's not a disadvantage. He just has more AC, right?
Correct. Ew. The javelin flies through the air. It's your aim true, but unfortunately it clatters off of the railing at the edge and doesn't manage to make it to the drow.
I will throw my second and last javelin.
Yeah, of course you will. Friggin' warriors. A 15, and it does strike true. You manage to get it up over the banister, and it just catches him in the shoulder. He spins, however, and it seems to only tear a few links of his chain armor away. Not quite enough.
Then I will move behind the pillar.
Okay.
Just over here. Trying to get out of his field of view.
Noro, the drow at the end of the hallway fires at you with his crossbow. Does a 16 hit?
Nope. Thank you, Magic Cloak.
Damn. Well, that's all he's got. Oh, hell. Yeah, you know what? He is gonna, dodge back into the stairwell here. 5, 10, 15, 20. Onto the other map. 25, looks around, sees Rogar, and that's as far as he can make it. That is his turn. Scribble, it's to you.
I'll move up to this doorway.
Oh, I didn't think those spirals went down. I thought they went up farther. Well then.
You're right, they do go up farther. Sorry, he goes up and out of sight. Just stick him over here. There is a third floor to this place. It's mostly wrecked, and so I didn't use it in the original map. We'll say they basically go up and out to the rooftop, to what's left of the third floor that is open to the air.
I might be wrong, Poker, but where Lenalia was shot at, doesn't Scribble's smoke go up there that high?
The top of
Yeah,
the
his
dome?
bubble.
Yeah, the top of the bubble, and it would be smaller at that point.
Oh, I see.
It's 20, let's see, 20 feet across, and at 10 feet up, it's about that wide. It'd be about 13 feet. It'd be about 3 squares wide here. Let's do this. If I grab this object and come on, there we go. And we put it right about in the same spot. And then we shrink it down to about that. Centered in the same spot. It's right up, something like that.
Oh,
Maybe
okay,
about-
so he would just be on the edge of it.
Yeah, it'd be a dome about 7 feet high, and twice that across. Good point, though. Scribble, you break into the next room, and as you do, you see. Give me a sec, and I will grab it from the navigating layers in Roll20 is a little bit of a pain in the butt. There's some hotkeys I need to figure out. You come into the room. You see 2 drow. One of them is working at the door. The other one is over here, standing at the ready, looking into the shadow. As you break out of it, he's surprised. You turn and see a very familiar female drow, Viereth, standing there, a sword in her hand, mid-shout of an order to the other drow, and she looks up at you, a look of surprise and glee on her face, as the sword comes around to point at you.
Well, wait, so that would have happened, like, what I would have seen them, like, right whenever I walked into the room?
Yeah.
Before I finished my movement? Because you moved both of these after I...
Yeah, sorry, I haven't been moving him because I didn't want you guys to see what's going on in that room, but that's what's happened in the couple of turns since you guys left the room. Basically, one of them's moved into a defensive position watching the dark bubble that appeared over that doorway. The other one is trying to get the doors open, and she has come into the room behind them, and you caught her, in the middle of shouting orders to them. So you break out of the shadow here and see that, and can either continue your movement or do something else.
Well, so if I would have gotten to here still in my shadow.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, you can see through it, can't you?
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, you would push the door open and see this, without them seeing you, and then
And be like, nope.
Yeah, I like the baby.
Yep.
And be like, nope, why would I do that?
Yeah, be like zap. Or blow some sorcery points and double zap.
Lightning bolt in 2 directions.
No, I can't do that.
It's got to be a
Damn.
targeted spell, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's got to be a targeted spell that only hits one person. So I would get here, and then I would lightning bolt Varith.
Oh shit. Alright.
Man, dude, you're gonna take the whole team out on your own.
Yeah, unfortunately, unfortunately there's that. She has a +7 dex save.
Oh my god.
But she still takes half.
She still does take half. What is that? 12 points of damage? Your lightning bolt arcs out from the darkness of shadow. She somehow manages to sense it and sidesteps. It catches her shoulder and arm, blackening it. She falls back, sort of partly obscured by her shadow as it looks like you step back through the doorway.
Yeah.
And the drow near you shouts, and you hear, an initial footstep taken towards you as you step back away. This guy is going to drop his concentration, removing that. Two, three. Do you pull the door shut behind you, or are you?
No, I wouldn't.
All right, then. The drow warrior that was standing at the ready rushes into the darkness. You see him blindly come in swinging. I'm gonna roll. He goes for where he thinks you are. Let's do this. No. He doesn't even go for the right space. He attacks here. Traditionally, if you fight blind, or if you can't see your opponent, you can attack them with disadvantage. But if you don't even know where in the darkness they are, I feel like it's unfair. It's 20 feet of darkness. Like you could have been all the way over here, right? For him to run in there and you would have to. I would say you'd have to be in melee range of somebody to even get an attack at them, and so. He runs in and swings wildly. You see him swing wildly at the spot next to you with his sword, just carving at the air. That is him. Noro. There's the drow in front of you has just disappeared up a stairwell. There is another drow across from you, standing next to the top of Scribble's bubble of shadow. A bubble of shadow.
What is your movement? 30 feet?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm gonna whip out a javelin and throw it at him.
Cool.
Yoink.
Unfortunately, it's not enough to hit. The drow deftly steps back into the bubble of shadow as the javelin whirls through the spot he was just in. He steps back out, grinning. Sort of as to silently ask you what else you got.
I pick up Lunalia and throw her at him. That's what else I got.
Cool.
Just
cool.
kidding. I'm just kidding. No, that's it. There's nothing else for me to do. I'm gonna hold my movement.
Lunalia, what are you doing?
Is that drow wearing leather armor?
That drow is wearing a chain shirt. Oh god, here it comes.
Then Lunalia will cast Heat Metal.
Whoa.
Yep. So hit me with that 2d8 fire damage. So 9 points
Yeah,
of
it's
fire
9.
damage he takes, and yeah. All right. Come on. There we go. He suddenly looks down and shrieks in pain. Noro, you see his chainmail armor start to glow, and you see smoke rise from it as it starts to burn him badly. Effective, very effective. Anything else? Movement?
Nope, she's just gonna say to him, "Dodge this." She is gonna move down just a little bit to the landing here. But that's her turn. She still can't see Scribble, so.
There is the sound of the now familiar sound of splintering wood. Rogar, as the haft of your other javelin that you put through the door handles breaks. You see the door fling open and a drow warrior go skittering backwards on his ass. He gets up, and with half of his movement left, rushes into the room, sword at the ready. That is his turn. The drow from across the way fires his crossbow at. Let's see. Fumbling with it a bit, a last-ditch effort with his shirt on fire, fires at Lunalia. With a 19.
Mm-hmm.
You take 6 points of damage, and I need you to make a con save. Easy enough. Again, you shake off the effects of the poison. That's he's gonna run. And he disappears out of sight. I'm going to leave his token there, but he is not necessarily there. Rogar.
I guess I'll rush the drow that just broke my javelin.
Okay. You strike out at him with your longsword. It hits and it bites into his arm. He tries to dodge out of the way and doesn't. 6 points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
He's looking pretty hurt.
Shield slam to try and knock him on his ass.
Okay, that's athletics.
Yes.
He's going to contest with acrobatics. This one he does manage to slip just out of the way, almost tripping on his own feet as he does.
I'll attack a second time.
15 is just enough to hit, and he has nowhere near that many hit points left as you cut him down.
I will use the rest of my movement to go through the doorway.
Okay. As you break through the doorway, you see the bubble of shadow where you left it. It still stands. A female drow who you don't recognize. Should be able to put her picture on screen there. Stands with a sword in one hand. You see another, the edge of another bubble of shadow. 2 drow just moving into it. Just the cloak of one and sort of the back leg and right arm of another, seemingly chasing somebody. Speaking of which, oh nope, that's a different drow. Is that the one who ran away? It is. It is the one who ran away. All right. Scribble. One drow sort of in your face. Another one behind him. What are you doing?
If you can't see someone, do you get an attack of opportunity?
I wouldn't think so if you can't see them. How could you?
Do you mean like if they can't see you?
Well, so like this guy's in my face, so if I try to cast at him, I've got a penalty, right?
I thought you can see him in your shadow.
Or I can see him, but like he's that close to me, so I thought like if you were right next to someone, you had a.
It would be different if he had attacked you. Sorry, it'd be different if the roll that I made for him to try and figure out where you were in this shadow was successful, but it wasn't. So he attacked empty air. He has no idea where you're at. So he doesn't know he's in melee range of you. It would be different if the two of you were engaged in a fight in this space. But he doesn't know where you're at right now, and you're quiet and still. So
So stab him in the dick.
I'd say you could stab him in the dick, or you can move away from him.
Okay.
Or you could stab him in the dick and move away from him.
I'll move a step back and then I'll cast Chromatic Orb.
Alright.
And then I'll use points to twin it and cast it at Verith as well.
Jesus.
A blinded creature can't see and automatically fails any ability check that requires sight. Attacks against the creature have advantage, and the creature's attack rolls have disadvantage. So you would make that attack with advantage.
Can I cast with advantage?
Yeah. Yeah, you just hold down shift and click the button, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it does let you.
So you'd have advantage against him, but not against her. Oh, this isn't, sorry, is there a roll to hit?
Wait, that seems weird.
Yeah.
It must always hit.
Chromatic Orb?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, that's just damage. That's not the attack roll.
Oh, yeah. I think you just clicked the damage thing. I mean, if you like that damage, we can take it, but I need an attack roll.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there we go. So 18 points of cold damage to the drow in front of you, and then the roll for Vierith would just be a straight roll. As she can't
Wouldn't it
see
be
you.
advantage too?
She's not blind. He is. She'd see it flying out of the darkness towards her.
Okay.
But I think a 22 hits.
Nice.
Jesus. Alright, so let's do this. The 18 points of cold damage. The first orb hits the drow just on the other side of the door from you. Sweeps over him like a wave of frost, and he falls to the ground dead. His body actually cracks in half as it freezes solid. The second one hits Vierith square in the chest, dealing 18 points of cold damage. As she cries out, her armor rimed in frost. She looks like she has fight left in her, but that dealt a pretty hefty blow. Anything else, Scribble?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. The other drow. He's going to withdraw back to here and into the shadow. Noro, what are you up to?
Can I see through the cloud there?
You can't. You're aware of the fact that the drow moved around behind it and went down the hallway a ways. You can also see daylight out the end of that hallway. The floor is broken, and it's a from your memory of the castle, it's a good 25 feet to the ground. That side of the castle, I mean, as you can see on the map there, is completely wrecked, and the upper floors are, there may be a place where he could climb down, but he is cornered unless he jumps.
I'm going to throw a javelin in that general direction.
Okay.
I imagine with disadvantage since I can't see.
Yeah, I mean, I there's no such thing as double disadvantage, but at that range, I think, what is a javelin? Is it 30-120 for the range?
Yes, 30-20. 30
Yeah.
120, yeah.
So it would be with disadvantage anyway. Go ahead, give it a try. It's worth something.
Dang it!
Reroll that. It's a straight roll because you're raging.
Oh.
Wow. The javelin disappears into the edge of the shadow, and you hear a on the other side as it hits him for 8 points of damage. You're not entirely certain if he's alive or dead, but you definitely hit something. Linalia. Unless you want to move somewhere, Noro.
Yes, I actually do. I want to make my way to...
Want to go make sure that he's dead.
Right. I'll move to right there and I'll hold.
Linalia. Reminder that
First-
you're...
Yeah, first off, as a bonus action, she's going to continue the damage from heat metal.
Alrighty. That is another 2d8 as a bonus. Sorry. Yeah, another 2d8 as a bonus action. Go ahead and roll it. He had 7 hit points left. There is a scream, and you hear a body hit the floor. And I'm just having a look at something here. Alright. Yep, there's a scream and the body hits the floor. You think you got him.
Yeah, so with a small smile on her face, she is going to use her movement and her action to move.
Alright.
So her movement will get her here. Just looking down at the second floor. I mean, down at the first floor. Is that second darkness bubble still there? The one that Virith and the other dude are in.
It is, and thanks for reminding me. It would cut through the ceiling and into this level. It's right on the right about there. Yep.
Okay. Okay, she is going to move here. And that's her turn. Now from here, she should be able to see under the balcony a little bit here on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
So she'd be able to see that the bubble is still in existence on the floor below.
Yeah, I mean the top of
Okay.
it extends through to your floor as well, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's
Okay.
Darkness all the way to right about there.
Okay.
Rogar. You just watched this female drow get blasted with an ice orb. The other drow disappears in front of her into the shadow. She's the only one left you can see. What do you do?
How do you do the measuring thing again? It's hold down shift?
Measure to move or measure to shoot?
Yeah, measure to move.
Click and drag your character like you're going to move them, and as you're moving them, tap the right click button while holding left click, and it'll start setting waypoints.
Okay. Could I... Oh, whoops. Accidentally left the page.
Oops.
Ran straight to her.
Missed the first half of what you said there.
Would I be able to make a straight shot to her, like if I ran from where I am in a straight line to her, or would I have to go around the table?
I mean, the table's not. It's not high. Yeah, you could make it to her. If you're just gonna sort of jump up on the table, make an athletics check on your way to her. If you do really poorly, it might.
Nice.
Nah, you're fine. You hop and slide over the table like TJ
Like that
Hooker over
guy.
the hood of his police car.
Uh-huh. And then I'll attack her twice with the longsword.
Roll
Actually...
them.
I'll use a maneuver as well in my first attack.
A manure, you say?
Yeah, a maneuver. or on whatever attack hits. I'm glad I can at least choose if it hits.
Your first strike, she bats your sword out of the way with hers, and just grins at you.
And I'll use distracting strike on my second attack.
Yeah, I'd say 25 hits.
The +4 is just from the D8 to the damage, so that'd be 17 damage in total.
Got it. Okay, so 17 damage total. She bats your sword out of the way, and you come at her with a backhanded swing. It bites deep into her torso, drawing blood that spatters on something in the shadow behind her. And the distracting strike, remind me, does that do something
The next
to her
attack roll... Yeah, the next attack roll against the target by an attacker other than you has advantage if the attack is made before the start of your next turn.
Gotcha.
Next person to enter has advantage, basically.
Nice. It occurs to me, I don't think I ever put her in the initiative order.
Nope.
Well, let's fix that.
Sucks to be her.
Yeah, let's fix that. There we go. And actually, that is in the right place. That's it for you. Bonus action? Nothing?
You know what? Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna use action surge.
Oh, God.
I'm gonna bonus action Shield Master to try and knock her prone.
Okay. That's just a grapple, so athletics versus acrobatics. Good luck, because... Oh, God.
Good luck.
Nice.
Prone. And then your next two strikes
yeah, all
against
that.
her.
Nice.
Wow. So the first one, one-handed. The 20 and her AC is... actually, not that. It is 16. 3 AC to 19. Nothing. You know what? She's gonna... She's gonna try and use her reaction to parry one of the attacks. She raises her blade, trying to block your first attack. The strength of your swing pushes her blade down, and you cut deeply into her shoulder. You come back with a second attack. She tries to roll out of the way, but your sword again strikes. This time, deeply into the side of her neck and down into her shoulder. That is a total of 11, 12, 23 points of damage. And I'm sorry to say she is still alive. Blood splattered all over the stonework around her. Her body half cloaked in the bubble of shadow. She is barely alive and coughing blood at your feet.
And that's everything.
That's it. She's literally at 1 hit point.
Oh,
Scribble.
hold on. Wait. Never mind. It's not her turn.
Scribble, it's to you.
Oh, fun.
You fucking kill stealer.
What do you mean?
You've been able to see all of that go down, right?
Oh,
Through
yeah.
that door?
Oh yeah. He watched the whole thing happen through his shadows.
Okay. Well, I'll walk up out of my shadow. And can I lightning bolt through the doorway? without hitting Rogar?
Through the doorway without hitting Rogar. You mean like through this doorway and
Yeah.
into whatever's beyond?
No, just like this way.
5 feet wide? Yeah. Yeah, let's say you can.
I'll do that just because I don't know what's in the darkness or what's through that doorway. And I really don't like her.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Where is this guy who would have been? I just need to make a roll here to see what he would have been doing. Yeah. So, DC 15 dex save. She is prone. Disadvantage on attack rolls. Attacks at advantage within 5 feet. Yeah, she still gets her dex save. Her full dex save, which is crazy, but I guess she can try and roll out of the way. So let's.
She's
do,
a roly-poly.
Let's do the dex save for her. Nope. And the dex save for the drow behind her, he can't even see the attack. He is blind.
As will Rogar in a second.
Yeah, there's a blinding flash of light in front of you, Rogar. What did we get? 23 points of lightning damage. And it's funny because these drow actually have 24 hit points, but let's just do a massive damage for him. That's not terrible. Rogar, you see a hand come out of the shadows to try and grab her prone body and pull her into the shadows. As your vision goes white, you stagger back a few steps, your vision goes white and then red, and then things begin to coalesce. You begin to see again. There is hardly anything left of her body.
Ooh.
And you hear something slump to the floor in the shadows as he makes a con save against 23. What is that? 12? DC of 12. As the shadow disappears and you see a drow, smoke pouring off of his burnt armor, his face charred, his hair burnt away, at 1 hit point, down on one knee, breathing heavily and coughing. A charred stripe on the stone all the way up to and through the doorway. Lunalia, you see the at the same time there's a bright flash of lightning that pours through the door, lighting up the space below you. The shadow drops. You hear the sound of a body hitting the floor. Oh, it's fun. It is actually that drow's turn. Oh god, what can he do? No, he's at 1 hit point.
Oh.
Well, let's see.
I mean, he could beg for his life.
Well, that is exactly what he's gonna do. He looks down at what little is left of her and just looks up at Rogar and Scribble, drops his sword and raises his hands. Noro, meanwhile.
Where'd everybody go? I am gonna go downstairs. But hearing a lot of action underneath, I actually don't go down the stairs. I jump from the balcony where I am.
Cool. Make a athletics check. Advantage because you're raging. You attacked somebody last turn too, so your rage is still up.
Right. I'm looking for more contact. I'm looking for more contact, basically.
Yeah, you land without a problem. Go ahead and finish your movement. You put yourself on the other map and finish your movement.
The shadow bubble would still be there, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because that's Scribbles.
Mm-hmm.
He'd be there. Right
Oh,
in the
you're going
corner.
down that way.
So would I be blinded by by
Oh yeah,
this?
it's pitch black. It's
All
Into the
right.
darkness.
So Noro's raging and jumps into this black ball.
Where are you?
I can't see.
Just start swinging wildly.
I don't know which way to go.
well, I'd say you'd know this place, just well enough that you'd have an idea of which direction you're going. At least you'd have to, hit the wall and follow it, but you're not turned around backwards or anything. It's only 20 feet of darkness.
All right. So how much of my feet have gone away?
How much for your movement?
5, 10, 15, 20. You're at 25 right now.
That's my full move right there at 40.
Yeah, you come into the room. There is a black stripe, burnt stripe of carbon scoring across the floor from where Scribble is standing, his hand still stretched out in front of him. There are the charred remains of a body, unrecognizable. Legs and arms are all that's left, really. A sword by its side. There is another drow, almost completely covered in smoke. It's pouring off of him. You can see bits of his armor are still glowing where it hasn't been burnt away. He's dropped his sword. His face is burnt. His hair half burnt off, and Noro has him at sword point. Rogar has him at sword point. I don't know why I keep getting you guys mixed up.
Names are slightly similar, I guess.
Yeah, well, too many names. Can I just call you Dave?
Dave.
Or just ice.
Dave.
So, and that's the scene you see as you burst into the room. Lunalia on the balcony in the chapel.
She is going to. You know what? She's gonna make an athletics check by jumping over the edge of this balcony.
Here it comes.
Okay, this is athletics. Come on now. It's not the
Oh,
worst I've
no.
done.
It's a rough landing, but you managed to make it.
Bright side, I don't think anyone can see you.
No, she burnt her invisibility. She dropped her invisibility a long time ago.
I meant like line of sight wise. I don't think anyone could see you.
Oh, that's fair.
You'd be able to. Well, maybe. Anyway, so she'll continue moving until she gets to the doorway.
One of the two doors is there's a hole burnt through it, and it's smoldering.
Well, she'll go through the one that's open
All right. And you see the
till she
same
gets
scene.
here,
Mhm.
and she'll see that there's only body parts around the room. And she'll reach down to the guy in front of her and grab him by the scruff of the neck and just say, "Why are you here?"
Make an intimidation or persuasion check, your choice, with advantage.
Well, they're both garbage.
Yeah, well, with advantage.
Oh, with advantage.
Yeah, just roll it once more.
Hot damn.
Hey,
There we go.
That's a natural
20.
Oh.
With that good old -1. You grab him, and you feel the weight of his body in your grip as he nearly loses his footing. He is terribly injured. He tries to turn around a little bit, his burnt flesh cracking as he does. She wanted to finish what she'd started here. This was not something he ordered. He didn't know.
And what was it she was doing?
She came to kill the madman. She found it a boon that you were here as well. She underestimated you, as I told
And
her
what
she
of-
would.
What of Madrick?
He just shrugs. He is not here. She came looking for him, and he's not here. And then we found you. And she thought we could finish you instead. She was wrong. He looks down at what's left of her. I told her she would die.
Yeah, I mean, she's gonna look up at the others and sort of shrug, as if to say,
Well, the spider told us he would not come after us.
yes,
That may have changed.
this wasn't his doing. This was her own pet project.
The
No.
drow.
This was his sister.
The
Yes.
drow looks at you, Linalia, and just nods. She has always had a will of her own. This was her doing, not his. He is preoccupied with other things.
If we were to let you go, would you return to him?
I don't know. This magnitude of failure would be beyond what he would allow.
But it wasn't a mission he sanctioned. You said so yourself.
I failed to keep her alive. I will not survive if I return to him. And you would not survive if I told him what you did here. He just hangs his head. I'm not certain what to do. And kind of sinks to his knees, and a long breath leaves his chest. Just leave me. I will trouble you no more.
Yeah, she's just gonna let go of him. And she's gonna look at her party members. Because she is unwilling to make a decision that would affect the party. So she's gonna go back into the room that she just came from and just start looking around for anything.
Okay.
She's pretty sure they came from that room.
They did. As soon as you walk into the room, it's obvious the door to the courtyard, where the owlbear once was, is wide open.
That's where they came through. Yeah.
And if you walk over to it and look out, you might see a grappling hook hung from one of the spikes atop the fence, very close to where you first came over weeks ago. The drow just looks back and forth between the three in the room. Noro, unless you do something to maintain your rage, you know what time it is. And Scribble, are you leaving the circle of darkness where it is, or?
Yeah, for now.
All right.
Well, carrying his bag and knowing that he has his soap and he has his necklace that smells like soap,
Mm-hmm.
he'll just de-rage normally and come to.
Nice. No boot stealing today.
Best gift ever.
Didn't like 3 different people give you soap?
Yeah,
Yep.
So got some in my boots, got one on my neck, one in my bag.
Nora's soaped out.
Is that canon that he actually has a piece of soap on a rope around his neck?
Yes,
Yeah,
I
didn't
crafted
Lunalia
it
Yeah.
that way.
Yeah, Lunalia made one
That's
for
right.
me.
That's right.
Yeah,
It's in like a cage of woven roots.
Mhm.
but it has to be understood that my bear claws are over it, right?
Sure.
You know, you have to see the bear claws. I'm
Mhm.
menacing.
Well, as Noro's rage fades, and for you the color of the room returns to its its normal hue of stone from the red that you saw before, this lone drow, head hung low, sitting on his heels before you, just looks up at Rogar and then over at Scribble. And shrugs once more. Finish me, or let me go.
Rogar's going to put his sword away and just kneel down and look at him. You killed one of Magic's men. He will hunt you down and probably try and kill you. But if you return to the Black Spider and tell him that Magic's men came back and that's who killed your so-called leader, and that we tried to help, maybe you won't die.
Make a persuasion check. That's interesting. He looks up at you and just nods slowly. There is nowhere for me to go. There might be hope in your words. I will think on it. You will be so very angry that this happened. He looks down at the charred corpse. So very angry.
But he might not be angry at us, which is what I'm kind of hoping for.
Let me go. You have my word. I will go
Can
to
we
him.
insight check that?
You should always insight check that. God
Nice.
damn. Well, let's see. Scribble. He's not lying, but you're certain that he has not made up his mind yet. Your insight check is definitely good enough to intuit that he is thinking over Rogar's plan. It's sound, it's a great idea, it might still get him killed. He is terrified of the Black Spider, and the Black Spider may just kill him outright for his own failure. but he does seem sincere when he says he has nowhere else to go. Your best guess is the worst thing that will happen is he will disappear. But the best thing that will happen is he does go back to the Black Spider and tell him Rogar's story.
So he's not going to mention us, is what, like, that I actually believe that he is going to possibly go through and say that they attacked Magic and lost.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, Rogar said that, you know, he should say that you guys helped try and save her.
Yeah, because we've met with the Black Spider, and I think Rogar has seen her.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah,
Did he?
you would have
Yeah, he did.
recognized her. He brought her in briefly and made her apologize.
Made her
to you all.
apologize. Yeah.
I don't recall. I think Rogar was still there for that. It was afterwards that he stepped out with Gundren.
Yeah.
I mean, it was before he got the dark vision goggles. It was he probably didn't recognize her because it was just super dark.
You know, or he would recognize her, but he wouldn't have really understood who she was, or
So he's going to make it seem like we helped to try to save her?
We stumbled across the two fighting.
Yeah.
The two
We showed
groups
up
fighting.
mid-combat,
yeah, and it was too late.
but it was too late.
Yeah, Scribble, you think he's being honest, about the only piece of dishonesty is whether or not he'll go through with it. If he does go through with it, he will back your story. But you're just not. He's still mulling over whether that'll get him killed, whether that's enough to save his own ass, or whether it'll get him killed. But you definitely feel that he's honest about not having anywhere else to go, and he seems desperate.
Oh, okay.
You know, you would know enough from the Black Spider's monologuing before that you know, all of these drow have turned their back on their people and have struck out, you know, for another life. They're certainly the surface world wouldn't accept them, and they're revolutionaries. You know, their own people would probably kill them. He doesn't really have anywhere to go. He would have to effectively strike out on his own and just disappear, which is a pretty rough thing too. So you feel that the worst thing that would happen is nothing.
I was just trying to think if Scribble would want us even mentioned. Because if the plan was that she came here to finish off Magic, why would we be here?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't sound feasible that she would lose against Madrick. Madrick and his ragtag group of, shitheads.
I'm really only mentioning that that he mentioned us in the story so that we could potentially try and gain favor, like we attempted to help his sister. And so if we want to try and
Sorry, go ahead.
if we wanted to try and convince the Black Spider to go to the dragon, then maybe if we make it seem like we're on his side and we didn't just kill his entire, or just kill a bunch of his men.
Or we blame it on the dragon.
Yeah, blame it on the dragon.
Lunalia, you do distinctly remember there is one drow who got away, who took
Yes.
the stairs up to the rooftop and disappeared.
Yes.
So this is not the only survivor. This guy doesn't know that.
Yes.
But the other guy may not know the full story of what happened in here either. He may have just left. Or he may be skulking around.
Alright, well, I'm good with letting him leave then.
Yeah, I'm good with letting him leave.
Yeah, Lunali would come back into the dining room to find out what everyone's decided. She didn't want to be a part of the decision.
The drow attempts to stand and stumbles,
Rogar will try and help him up.
falling basically into Rogar's arms. His burnt, cracked flesh comes off in your hands. It's disgusting.
Ugh.
He's at 1 hit point.
Yeah,
Oh.
Lunalia's gonna heal him.
Oh.
She's gonna cast Cure Wounds at first
Don't
level.
make it high. Yeah, I was gonna say, don't make it super high level.
No, first level.
Hey, even if it was like only 1 health, that's better than being at death's door right now.
Yeah.
At least gives him a chance.
I still hear sword fighting going on somewhere.
Somewhere, you know. I can make that go away.
Yeah, so she'll pump 4 points into him. And then she's gonna walk past him over to Scribble and head out that door. But on her way past, she's going to lean down and just whisper into Scribble, "One got away." And then she's gonna go outside and she's gonna do a perimeter sweep.
Just have a walk around.
Yep, she's walking around the property. She's gonna be, looking up at the rooftops.
Make a perception check.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, that'll do. God damn.
wow. You peer into the future.
Yep.
As you're slowly and carefully walking around the grounds, keeping quiet, hiding moving from shadow to shadow beneath the walls. The rain has abated, the mist has fallen away. You look across the clearing to the edge of the trees, and beneath the trees, you see Xanthras, the centaur, standing there, his spear in one hand. And you look up, the tip of the spear is gone. You look down, the tip of the spear is in the ground, or rather, in the back of a dead drow.
Oh my god.
Oh.
And he just nods at you.
Okay. She will just nod back at him. And yeah, she'll head back inside eventually. She's just gonna continue her sweep just to make sure there was no other hidden drow, no other hidden anybody's. Keep an eye out for Madric's return, maybe.
Yeah, the place is quiet and there is no one else left. You do find Harold. He is dead. They had pulled him back into one of the stairwells in the chapel.
Looks like he would have died anyways. If we were here or not, the event would have happened.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, she was after Madric.
Yeah.
Yep.
Chances are they probably would have just killed him, waited here until they show it back up, and then
And
just
then, yeah,
got
jumped
the
him.
ambush on him.
The,
Rogar will. Oh shit! The food.
you become aware of the smell of burnt food coming from the kitchen.
Well, I mean,
It's
combat only lasted
7
what?
rounds.
7
but, like-
rounds. That's a minute.
Yeah.
Plus a couple more minutes here, plus,
Probably like 5 minutes. Rogar would have been like, "Oh shit! The food." Just run off to the kitchen, put out the fire quickly.
Do you
I mean,
have-
it was mostly done.
Oh, you don't have a there is no there's no skill check for that, is there? For cooking. I'm gonna look something up just out of curiosity, just for fun.
Like
just
what a
wanna-
cooking check would be.
Yeah, I want to see what Xanathar's guide says. So there's a good section in Xanathar's about all of the different toolkits, and it has a bunch of suggested roles for each toolkit. Make a wisdom plus proficiency for this, or make a intelligence
Well,
plus proficiency for that. So
For cooking, I kind of imagine it'd be along the lines of like survival. You like if you want to scavenge for food out in the wild, if you have a high survival, you know what's edible, what's not.
mm-hmm.
If so, maybe the same can apply to cooking. I don't really know.
Yeah, or performance. Cooking is a fancy way of survival. Is just you got some berries and you managed to mostly cook a salmon over the fire. Whereas cooking skill or performance skill would be, I made this fancy dish.
Well, I can think of how like all of the different like how each of the different attributes could affect cooking in different ways. Like if you
Yeah.
wanted to use charisma and cooking tools, it would be like to make the dish look fancy, or to
It'd be like flair bartending.
wisdom is to know like, all right, this is done. Intelligence to like recall a recipe or to
Dex is
watch.
how fine your knife skills are.
Constitution if I'm like making a lot, or if I'm making a hard to make dish or something,
Strength is like crushing a watermelon with your thighs.
or like gutting, cleaning, and preparing like a large animal for cooking.
Yeah, I mean, Xanathar's guide itself says, with respect to skills, the system is mildly abstract in terms of what a tool proficiency represents. Essentially, it assumes a character who has proficiency with a tool also has learned about facets of the trade or profession that are not necessarily associated with the use of the tool. Yeah, I mean, to keep it simple, you could just make we can just make it a survival check with advantage, or, you could call it a, cooking isn't really intelligence. It's going to be wisdom based. Unless you were creating a very fancy meal, could potentially be dex based. Just make a survival check with advantage. That's one of the other things I've seen done is if it's there you go.
Oh no.
You I mean, you're not even rolling to make the meal, you're rolling to save it, and you manage to, with a little help from your spice pouch, you manage to carve off the burnt bits of meat, and
It's Cajun style.
it's extra flavor, and you manage to do an affable job of fixing up what could have been a destroyed breakfast to feed to your friends. The drow, who identifies himself by name as Drenel, sits in a chair for a while to regain some of his fortitude, and eventually slowly stands to his feet and looks around. May I take my sword? It is a long journey back without her, and I would like to be able to defend myself.
Rogar would offer him some food, just like a small amount to try and help him regain his strength, and look at the others to see if they're okay with it.
Yeah, Lunelli is fine with it.
You offer him some of the food you cooked, and he just looks at it and shakes his head and bows slightly. I mean, no offense, but I don't feel like eating this day. He slowly
Fair
picks
enough.
up the sword and begins to move for the door. I will think on what you've said, and if I return to him, he will hear my words. Your words. And he just turns and leaves.
Hold on, one question before he goes.
He leans heavily against the wall. Yes.
Do you know what happened to the Drow Talernaz?
I have seen him among our people. He follows her.
Recently?
Yes, he follows her, your friend, who came with us. He watches her and makes sure she is safe.
And the Drow can, like, teleport, right?
Are you asking him
She
that?
could.
No, I'm asking you.
You saw her cast a spell. You could make an Arcana check to see if you remember what it, well, you remember distinctly what it looked like. She cast the spell Dimension Door. It is something a little beyond what you can do at this point, but yes, she had cast that spell at least once. It doesn't get you very far. I think it's got a max range of 500 feet.
Oh, okay. See, I thought that they, like the... What did the Black Spider do whenever he teleported to us to come get Psalm? Was that the same dimension door?
No, it had a different look. He just sort of appeared in a swirl of shadow energy. Judging by the fact that he came to you guys with you quite far away from where you had seen him recently, he must have the ability to teleport great distances.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that was like a Drow thing or if that was just like something that they specifically had.
No, you could ask Noro, given that he's sort of the closest to having knowledge about Drow, I would think. Given his exposure to Grey Dwarves. He could make a history check.
I'll do that.
Come on, Noro. You can do it. Noro, in your time working with the Duergar, you've heard stories of Drow. They kind of more stories to scare children than anything else, but the Duergar always speak of the Drow in sort of a derogatory light, but the spheres of shadow is something that you remember hearing about. Their ability to make someone glow, to summon strange lights about them. You've never heard of any ability to move great distances in short periods of time.
Nope.
But some of the things you've seen lead you to believe that anything's possible. It's definitely not a racial thing you've heard of before.
Basically, so I just want to ask the guy that if he sees Tal, if he could send him our way.
If I see him. And where will you be? Here?
Probably not.
We'll probably be back in Phandalin or around here. He shouldn't have a problem finding us.
If I see him, if I survive, I will let him know. I will take my leave. He turns and walks out. You notice as he does and he steps through the doorway behind you, Scribble, into the light of outside, he raises one hand to shade his eyes and sort of cringes in the bright light.
Sucks to be him.
Are you guys okay if we take a quick break and then go just a little bit longer? Or?
I'm back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
All right. See you in 5.
Pod. Yep. Go pod.
sounds good.
as our good friend, the recently departed, not from this mortal plane, but just from this game temporarily, as our good friend Deebs used to say, and we're back. Looking through paltry remains of Viereth's corpse, there is a ring, a strange ring, runes inscribed on it. It's gold, and it fits over 2 fingers. It loops over a pair of fingers with sort of a bar that connects them. Scribble, as you look it over, there is a magical thrum that emanates from it that tells you that it is an object of some power. Her sword lies on the ground a couple feet away from what is left of her scorched, burnt arm. It is a long sword, curved slightly, sharp on only one side. It is a vicious weapon. This is a rare weapon. It does not require attunement, I don't believe. When you roll a natural 20 on your attack roll, the target takes an extra 7 damage of the weapon's type, so an extra 7 slashing damage.
Huh.
Just on a 20 or a natural 20.
Just on a natural 20. The ring is a ring of spell storing.
Would you be able to tell what spells are in the ring?
Yeah, I'm just having a look to see if you have to attune to it before you do that. Anyone can wear this ring. The ring stores spells cast into it, holding them until the attuned wearer uses them. It can store up to 5 levels worth of spells at a time. Any creature can cast a spell of 1st through 5th level into the ring by touching the ring as the spell is cast. It stores it, and the ring's wearer can then cast that spell at a later time. The ring's wearer does not have to be a spellcaster, so Noro could wear this. Scribble could load it with spells, and Noro could cast spells. And that is, in fact, exactly what Viereth did. Nesnar placed spells in it for her to use, specifically the Dimension Door spell, for her to use to get away. And it doesn't really indicate what you have to do to find out what spells are stored in it. I would imagine you would have to attune it.
So you just cast them free?
Yeah.
You cast the from what I remember in our home campaign, you cast them originally into the ring, and it just stores like that power. So say like at the end of a night when we know we're gonna have a long rest, you cast like a couple of spells into it. Then the next day, when all of your slots are back, you still have those spells stored in the ring. In addition to your now refreshed spell slots.
Yeah, I mean that's if you want to use it. You can also, you can give it to Rogar. Rogar can attune to it. You can still load it up without having to switch attunement, right? Like you can literally just walk over and touch it and cast the spell Lightning Bolt into it, and now Rogar can cast Lightning Bolt once. He casts it. It's cast as if he cast it. So the specific language, which is actually there on your screen, says, while wearing this ring, you can cast any spell stored in it. The spell uses the slot level, save DC, attack bonus, and ability of the original caster. Otherwise, it's treated as if you cast the spell. So the casting action or bonus action is yours, but everything else is the original caster's. At whatever slot level, save DC, spell attack bonus they had at the time. So let's say, for instance, if there was something that gave them a temporary boost, or they had items that boosted their spell save DC, at that time, you would basically you'd write down all of that down. What is their spell save DC, attack bonus? What's the level of the spell that they cast into it? You'd write all that down and save it, and then when you cast the spell, you would use it at that level with those, that save DC or attack bonus. But the caster, the person wearing the ring, it still costs them the action, bonus action, or let's say if it's a minute long, 10-minute long, 24-hour cast. That person still has to concentrate on the ring and cast the spell. Effectively, the knowledge of the spell would come into their mind, and they would be able to execute the spell cast.
Oh, that's kind of neat.
Yeah, so it would allow a spellcaster to have extra spell slots, given that, at some point in the past they had enough extra spell slots to put some spells in it, or it would allow you to give, your local village idiot a ring loaded with spells that they could then go, fireball to their heart's content.
Well, can they do
Once.
that? But it says it stores up to 5 levels.
Yeah, so you could poke a fireball and a couple magic missiles into it, or,
And then they're gone from it?
Yep.
Okay, so it's not like they learn the fireball spell
correct.
No,
and
it's
can cast it like every day. It's just
Correct.
one time.
Yeah.
the ring itself looks like a scroll, if you want to think of it like that. It's a one-time use. Like if you put 5, what's a level 1? Like a magic missile or something. Magic missile I think is level 1. You can put like 5 magic missiles in there.
Oh, okay.
Or-
I see.
Or 2 magic missiles and a fireball, or, So that's up for grabs, and the vicious weapon, which is, there you go, or just for fun. Oh god, that really pasted in poorly.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
It's because it's got a big table of individual weapons, because they all do, different damages or whatever. They've just reprinted the entire table of weapons. Just be glad you didn't get a boomerang vicious weapon.
I was gonna say a boomerang vicious weapon. Jesus,
That would have been
boy.
awesome.
Yeah.
it's a sharp boomerang.
So, like Rogar, if you decide to use that instead of your current longsword, you should just be able to search vicious weapon,
Mhm.
and there should be a longsword version of it ready to go. This is a straight, right out of the book sort of thing.
Right.
Is there a difference between a short sword and a long sword?
1d6 versus 1d8 or 1d10 damage, yeah.
Oh, okay.
The short sword is a 1d6 weapon that can be wielded one-handed, and I think you can choose to either use your strength or dexterity as your stat for it, because it has the finesse.
Oh, yeah, it
stat.
says finesse or light.
Yeah, and light, which means I believe it can be thrown, or it can be used dual wield. And a longsword is a versatile weapon, meaning you can use it one-handed or two-handed, which is why you always see the double damage rolls from Rogar. God, I almost called him Noro. He can choose to wield it two-handed if he drops his shield, for a little extra damage for a D10 instead of a D8. It is a strength-only weapon, and that's the primary difference. So, they each have their place. You typically find Drow typically use short swords, but not all of them. You'll often find smaller creatures like goblins using short swords as well. It's a very common bad guy or henchman weapon: short sword, scimitar, cutlass. Yeah, so if you search vicious, there's all the different variants of vicious weapon come up.
Oh, it could have been a blowgun.
Vicious blowgun. Charge into combat. Pew! Pew!
Or a vicious net.
Vicious whip. Whoopsh.
So the heat of combat over, and the drow Drenel. I need to write his name down before I forget it.
Yeah, I've put it in notes.
With Drenell gone and Harold's corpse discovered, the castle, a hush falls over the castle as morning creeps on into late morning. The few of you injured tend to your wounds, taking a short rest over breakfast. Feel free to punch those short rest buttons. What do you wish to do? We can fast forward. All you have to say is we'll just hang out here until Madrick gets back, and that's easy enough. I can fast forward. If there is something you want to do or talk about, please feel free.
Yeah, I mean, I think the plan was to wait for Madrick to get back. I'm pretty sure Harold said that they'd been gone a couple of days already, that they were due back soon.
If you need to recover health, because we're all eating breakfast, I can use my chef feat. At the end of a short rest, any creature who eats the food and spends 1 or more hit dice to regain hit points regains an extra 1d8 hit points.
I mean, you can use it, but I think I was the only one that took damage, and I rolled a 9, so I have all of my health back anyway.
Okay.
Now, Drow really should have eaten that food.
Yep.
I mean, I could make it for 7 people, so...
I'm just going to move
That's
us
a lot
back
of
to
food.
the region map here. Assuming that there won't be any further combat.
Lucid soloed this encounter.
Hey, I killed 2 guys.
I blocked some doors and killed someone.
Can
Nora,
I roll
it
a
sounds
hit
to me
die
like
when I'm
you're-
full health?
Why would you want to?
Because I
To get-
regain sorcery points whenever I roll a hit die.
You can expend a hit die to instead regain sorcery points. Wait, hang on.
Yeah, that's right.
Is that right?
Yeah.
No, it says in addition, when you roll any hit die to recover hit points while you were carrying the vial, you regain 5 sorcery points.
Mm.
Is this for your blood vial?
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah, but can't sorcerers also roll hit points to get back sorcery points?
No,
They
it's our house rule for spellcasters is they can choose to spend hit dice instead to regain spell slots.
You're thinking of spending sorcery points to regain spell slots?
Yeah. So he can trade
that's
spell
what I'm
slots for
thinking.
sorcery points or sorcery points for spell slots. There's a table for it. Or he can regain he can regain spell slots using hit dice to like spending them 1 for 1. You spend 1 hit die, you get 1 first level spell slot back. You spend 2, you get a second level spell slot back, or 2 first level slots back. The limitation is no higher than half your level or 5th level spells. I think it's on our homebrew rules, and that's just meant to sort of give you guys something else to spend hit dice on. Like, if the caster didn't take any damage but they're out of spell slots, that's as bad as a fighter at half health or no health, right? So it's to kind of give him something to keep up. And
Oh yeah, you do just gain 5 sorcery points.
that's crazy. That thing is OP as hell, but you got it. The other thing you find, and you guys can put this on your character sheets yourself, is 1,000 gold pieces worth of coin and various precious gems
For each person, or
total.
so
Gareth had a-
250?
Yeah, Verith had a small pouch of precious gems and platinum at her belt. The pouch burned away. The coins, a couple of them still too hot to touch right away, cooled down, and you were able to pick them up and claim them as yours. So 250 apiece.
I thought it was 1,000.
There's only
In
4
total.
of us now.
Oh, right. I was thinking there was a 5th. Poor Deebs.
Missing out on all that cash.
Well, originally, like when we got the 50 platinum, I did split it between 5 people, and I was intending to like go find Deebs and give him his platinum, but
Yeah, there were 5 of us in.
we ended up just splitting it between the 4 of us. He'll be fine. He'll get donations at his temple.
Well, I was gonna say, any one of you guys could go make a charitable donation towards the good cause he's working towards, which is his emotional maturity, and also maybe a temple. A capstone to an ancient evil buried beneath.
Until a white dragon flies into it, and then all the rage comes back.
Look, I make a random roll every time you guys go somewhere just to see if you run into this thing, and there is a table, and he does show up somewhere else. So, we'll see what happens between now and the time you come back to Phandalin. Maybe Deeb soul a dragon. I don't know. Anything's possible. It's entirely possible he has multi-classed into something else by now too. If his performance in other platforms is any indication. We love you, Deebs. He's not listening.
No.
Gotta stack them stones. Well, morning becomes noon, becomes evening, and there is still no sign of Madrick. Evening crawls into night, and you hear, finally, voices in the distance across the clearing. Loud voices. Hard to tell at first, but as they get closer, laughter. They're rowdy. They sound like they've had a good time. Someone in the group sounds drunk.
Sorry, what time is this?
Late evening.
Late evening. Okay.
I am going to ask you this with your run of the castle and nobody alive here anymore. You have the choice to either spend a provision point representing your sort of last 24 hours here, staying overnight and into the morning and stuff, or Rogar, you could dip into their stock instead, and cook using meats and grains and whatever else they had on hand instead of using your own.
Yeah, let's use their stuff.
Yeah, I'd say let's use their stuff.
All right. I mean, to be fair,
I'd be trying to make a meal big enough for them as well.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Good. Then with a roof over your head and generous stock to prepare meals from, it is the equivalent of being in town, except you don't have to pay for it. You hear those raised voices approach. What are you all doing? How are you going to greet them?
Are they coming up the front doors?
Mm-hmm.
Did we make sure to clean up all the bodies?
Well, I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say during the day we probably would have cleaned up the bodies and cleaned up as much as we could of the damage that I caused.
Yeah, Rogar probably would have.
While they were gone and while we did all this cleanup, would we have gone back to that walled up section to have another look?
Well, you tell
I
me.
doubt it.
Are there tools around the building, like masonry style tools?
You could make a investigation check to see if.
Okay, I'm gonna roll a potato and we'll see what we get.
I didn't say it's a failure. It might just indicate that it takes you a while. It takes you a while.
Yeah, my investigation not so good.
Your roll doesn't determine whether there are or not. Mine does. Come on. You find a hammer. You're not entirely sure if it's a smith's hammer or a mason's hammer. And you imagine that you could probably use, the spear tip off of one of Rogar's 2 broken javelins as, a crude sort of chisel.
Mm-hmm. She's
Might
knocking
work.
a brick out. Yep, she just wants to knock a brick out and have a look.
Okay. Are you talking one of the bricks in the patched up portion, or the one that the separate one that might cover a switch that Nora was trying to dig out?
Yeah, that one.
All right. Make a strength check.
A saving throw?
Nope,
Or
just
just
a
a
check.
Check.
Click that strength button. You struggle at it. Sorry, with advantage. With advantage. You get tools. Better.
Uh-huh.
You struggle at it for a while, and you manage to pry it loose. It's fit into its socket of sorts very well, and it takes you a long time. Unfortunately, because of your roll, there is really no way to hide the damage you did to it.
That's fine.
And as you remove the stone out, you find it fairly heavy. It's a good 3 or 4 pounds, but it's small. Behind it, there is some sort of small metal square nub, like a switch.
She's gonna push it.
Okay. You push it, and you find that it's quite resistant, but eventually it creaks a little bit, and you hear and then the sound of something heavy like a counterweight falling. And as it does, the rest of the newer section of stone just and slides open, not very far.
Okay.
There's an opening of about 1.5 feet. It swings open and stops, seemingly almost stuck on a pivot that needs some service.
Is it enough space that I could poke my head in and have a look?
It is.
Yeah, she just wants to have a look. She doesn't want to go in.
It's dark. Cobwebs. There is a musty smell. Smells like old dead things.
Mm.
A stairwell leads down sharply.
Okay.
And around a corner.
Yep, so she's going to see if she can repress the button to see if it will close it up, or if it's permanently stuck now.
It is permanently stuck.
Well, that's not how I imagined it.
Noro and maybe Rogar pushing might be able to shut the thing, and you could slip the stone back in. You've definitely left some marks on the stone, from some tool marks from prying it out.
Yeah, so, after she's finished doing what she's doing, this is, during the day before Madrick and them get back, she'll just mention to Noro that, hey, I think there's an opening to a crypt below, but I can't get the door closed, so if you don't want them coming out after us, could you come and help me shut it?
Without thinking twice.
That's why she went to Noro.
Said crypt. I'm already on it. He is already on it.
Scribble, unless you want to investigate first. I didn't want to go down there.
Of course you didn't. You just wanted to open it up and let it out.
I just wanted to open it up to see what
It's an undead owlbear down there.
to see what had been bricked up.
I'd say during the day, Rogar was probably digging a grave.
Yeah, Rogar, you actually you find a spot that catches your eye where it looks like bodies were buried not actually too long ago. Pick a spot in the soft earth nearby, and are you digging one deep enough for the drow for everybody, or
No, just for Harold.
just for Harold? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where did you guys put the drow bodies?
I think we would have put them out where we dragged the other bodies and just burned them. You remember the first time we were here and there was tons of dead goblins and shit that needed to be disposed of?
Yeah, I think you buried the bodies of your allies and then burnt the rest, if I remember correctly. But it's been a while. Gosh, it's been a while. It's kind of cool to say. All right, so you do that. It's a long afternoon of fairly hard work for that. What about their weapons, their various adornments, whatever? Are you gonna leave them as a to show what happened, or are you going to dispose of them?
Would make more sense.
Yeah,
I
we
think
could
we
leave
need to
them.
leave them.
Mhm.
Okay.
Like, I
Um,
don't want them. I think we should just leave them.
Yeah, you go through their, what they had on them, and none of them carried anything of real value. They each had a blackened mithril spider on a chain, on a fine piece of chain that they wore around their necks. Blackened by like the heat of a forge. A symbol that you'd seen before.
Inside one of their pockets is a hand-drawn letter saying, "Come home soon, Daddy."
Oh God.
Oh no.
Oh no,
It's okay. You
they're
can't.
drow.
Yeah, you can't
don't
read
do
their
that.
language, so no.
Yeah.
They don't. Having dealt with the bodies, and closed up the crypt, doing your best to place the.
Well, I
stone-
would have legit asked Scribble if he wanted to have a look first.
Oh, I would have gone down there after she said she opened it up.
Okay.
Would I've got like any feeling just from like walking to the edge of it, like shadowy feeling?
You go in and you get down the stairwell, about 30 feet in and down. There's a landing. The cobwebs here are thick. While it's dark, you feel and sense even darker shadows. And from one of the shadows, a hand reaches out and places itself
Roll
on your
initiative.
shoulder. And you hear a voice, a familiar voice now, say, "This isn't a place for you. Not yet. It's too dangerous. Go back."
All right, time to leave. That would be the girl, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And so Scribble comes out.
Nothing down there to see.
Just a crypt, I assume.
I believe so.
It's
Yep.
It's D&D. Literally every crypt is full of dead bad things.
Yes, of course. All right, Nora, I think we can close it up.
Nora's already pushing.
I'm already pushing.
I imagine Nora was probably already pushing with Scribble on the other side.
No, you can't seal him in there.
Scribble, you come out and like the doorway is half as wide as it was when you went down.
Sorry, Scribble, I tried to get him to stop.
Then I'll just help him push.
Help. Well, as afternoon becomes evening and evening fades into night, those raised voices, one, maybe two of them, a few, maybe half a barrel of ale past where they should have stopped, come up the front steps. You hear a shout. "Hey! Harold! Harold!"
Lunalia will go open the door.
You open the door and you see a bloody Madrick. Blood up his arms to his elbows and spattered across his face. Sword in one hand, the blade over his shoulder. A small keg in the other hand, ale sloshing out the cork hole. Some of the rest of his group of red brands that you'd left here, some you don't recognize, maybe a couple of new recruits. They have a small cart that one of them is working on unloading with a few crates and boxes in it. They all look like they've seen a hard day or two's fight and are celebrating a much deserved victory. Madrick just stands there looking at you in the doorway. "What the fuck are you doing here?"
Oh, we stopped by to have a conversation. Come on in.
Where's my man?
He's around.
He's dead.
Did he scribble you
Sleeping.
chime in from, like, behind her?
Yeah.
What? You killed
Just
him.
come
He's
in.
dead.
I heard you the first time, Bird.
Then why did you say what? I don't understand.
Oop. Did Roll20 just go
Just
down?
come in. Did what go down?
Not for me. I see on the stream it popped up and said your connection, but mine didn't.
Let's just refresh it. Might be fine. Looks fine. Stream
looks
bitrate's okay. Yeah, it seems to be okay now. We're almost done. Madrick pushes the door open, just chucks the half-empty pony keg aside. It rolls sloshing ale out. Where is he?
We buried him.
Fuck, so you've been here a while.
Just a day. Day and a half.
Huh. He turns around. Take your time. Come on. Fuck, I haven't eaten in a day. Smell something. You been cooking?
Yes.
I'll have some of it.
Enough for everyone.
Right. Well, I'll have some of it. Where's the little one?
What little one?
You know, the loud fucking guy. Did he lose his head? Where is he?
No, he's back in Phandalin.
Settled down, did he?
He's trying to.
What a prick. Food. Let's have some food. Tell me how my friend died. He just rushes off ahead of you, walking quickly towards the kitchen.
On the way to the kitchen, we'll just point out the armor that's been laid out of the drow.
Oh yeah, I imagine we probably laid out like all the weapons, either relatively neatly or just like in a corner somewhere
Mhm.
with the armor.
He sees the pile, turns and... Which one of you got here first? You or the drow?
We
You're
did.
not sure.
I think they got here just before we did.
Well, remember, you guys had stayed the night here.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, you showed up and Harold was alone. You cooked him
Mhm.
dinner and stayed the night in one of the towers.
That's right.
Not to mention, like earlier that morning, Nora went out for a walk.
Yeah.
Oh yes, we got here first. We came relatively late the previous night.
He was still alive then?
Yes.
Huh. Did you watch him fall?
Myself, not personally. I believe Rogar did.
Who the fuck's Rogar?
You'll
He
find
hasn't-
out shortly. He's in the kitchen.
He hasn't made it
It's
to
your
the
chef.
kitchen yet.
He just turns and throws the door open to the kitchen.
Rogar
You.
just kind of. Yeah. Hi. Yes.
Food.
I'm. You must be Madrick.
I must be fucking hungry. Food.
Well, take a seat. I will bring it out in just a moment. I made sure to make plenty of it.
I'm not even the master of my own fucking castle. Hurry it up! He turns around, grabs one chair that's a little bigger than the others, sits down, puts his feet up on the table. So, drow in my house. What do they want? My head?
Yes.
Was that bitch who was here before?
Yes?
Fuck. We should have finished her off.
Oh, we did.
Fuck.
Yeah, Rogar's bringing out, like, I imagine he probably made a stew or something.
You set the bowl down, and as it hits the table, he snatches it up in his hand, slopping it all over himself, and starts hungrily slurping it right off the edge of the bowl. No spoon needed. The empty bowl clatters on the table. Another! That's fucking good.
I'll get him another one.
Rogar, you might as well put it in a mug if this pig isn't going to use utensils.
I'll just bring out the cauldron.
Where's the big man?
He's around somewhere.
Huh. I like this one. I'd say you traded up. Good work.
We didn't trade, Deebs. He's doing something at his Gahad's behest.
Good for him. It's good to have purpose. You like what we've done with the place?
It looks very unchanged.
No, they
Right.
cleaned it up.
Oh, did they? I thought it wasn't that changed.
I mean, it's like they haven't fixed anything. You know,
It's a little brighter.
broken hinges are still broken, and toppled stone is still toppled. But you know, there isn't piles of, you know, goblin feces in the corners, and, you know, filth and straw and, you know, shit smeared on the floors and stuff in places anymore. Like it's lived in by humans, not by, you know, goblins. And
Right.
there is a noticeable difference, but they haven't actually fixed up the place.
Right.
They've just cleaned it.
Lunalia still would not have noticed a difference. To her,
Ah.
it's an inside civilized place. It doesn't look any different.
Right, so the drow came, they killed my friend. You killed them.
Yes.
All of them?
Yes.
Deception check, please.
Okay.
While I furiously dig for Madric's old stat block from back in the day.
Oh, my deception's
Oh,
so
there he is.
shit.
There he is. I got him. He just nods, and the smile begins to creep across his face. Good. You think any more will be looking for me?
Yes.
Good. So who was she? Seemed like
She was the Black Spider's sister.
Yeah, she's just looking to scribble at this point.
Huh. That sounds familiar. You might have told me that already. I may not have been paying attention. I may have been fucking drunk. I don't know. This, spider guy.
Let's call him a man. A spider man.
That doesn't sound right. Someone I need to worry about?
Possibly. I'm sure he's quite dangerous.
Tougher than her?
In different ways, yes, I believe so. We don't really know a whole lot about him.
He looks at Scribble. In your kind of ways?
Yes.
Fuck. Alright. Well, if he's coming for me, I might as well go after him first.
Well, there is an alternative. And it's one of the reasons we're here. Where is Noro, by the way?
Yeah, where is Noro? Who is... No, everybody asks, where is Noro? How is Noro?
Why is Noro?
I'm holding the door
You're holding the door?
to the crypt.
Oh,
Still,
Aren't you down
Making
there like
sure
4
it's
hours
shut
later,
closed.
still leaning against it?
Yes,
Legs about to buckle.
it's part of my training.
Make a con save.
I'll be right back.
Oh, you're fine. You do this all day.
Squat for days.
Yeah, Lunalia would have gone looking for him and said, "Look, they're not coming out. It's just the dead. They're not undead. They're just dead.
it's dinner time.
Yeah, there's food here. Madrix arrived. Look, how about if I druidcraft the crack shut? They'll never be able to push it open.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. And she's gonna druidcraft like the tiniest little green vine. It's basically like a little creeping buttercup that starts at the base. See, it's magic. They can't push that open.
Noro, you watch as this little vine creeps up through the little cracks around the edge of the stonework that had pivoted open, and very, very slowly weaves its way up and around, and one from the other side begins to weave towards it. Eventually, the two of them, you watch it for a good 5 minutes, the two of them twine together at the top into a tight little green knot.
See, they can't push that open. The living can't push through, or the dead can't push through healthy living things.
Okay.
Okay.
Noro lets up.
Okay, let's go.
I'm still sweating though.
I'm telling you, they're just dead. They are not undead.
Just where I'm from, I just know crypts are bigger graveyards.
Well, they are, but they're only dead. It's what these people do to revere those that came before them. I don't know exactly what your people. Are they burned, your people, when they die?
Yes, in the mountains.
Yes, often druids are burned as well, sort of becoming one with the elements. But a lot of humans like to inter their dead instead for some reason.
Silly practice.
It is really silly. It's open to any necromancer strolling along and reviving them.
That's what we should talk more at the table. I'm
Yes.
hungry now.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, Noro, you probably become aware of the fact that you haven't eaten since breakfast, and all of the physical exertion of holding up a wall as you have been for the past few hours has made you hungry. You find your way back to the dining hall. Madrix sits at the end of the table. A couple of empty bowls and a half-empty cauldron nearby. His feet up. He's talking with the others. There he is. He looks at Noro. Looks at Rogar and back at Noro. I like this one. Makes good food.
Oh yes. And what the hell happened to you?
I've been busy. Put me up in a castle here next to the Western Way. A lot of fat bastards riding down the road with pockets full. Business has been good.
Oh, well, we were asking Harold where you were. Been gone for days, and I guess they told you what happened.
Yeah. Yeah, he was a good one. Always running his mouth, but liked what we did. Never complained. Not too much, anyway. Well, I guess we can't all come back to life like I do. Speaking of which, any progress?
Unfortunately, no. There's a bit of a hiccup in the plan.
Well, fuck. Slow it down a bit. I kind of enjoy what I'm doing right now.
You asked.
Yeah, well, I changed my mind. Might change it again in a day, I don't know. So tell me about this spider. I got his dead sister. Well, somewhere here, buried, burned, whatever the fuck you did with her. I assume he's gonna
There
come
wasn't
for
much
me.
left of her, but what was left we burned.
Good. I assume he's gonna come for me when he finds out.
Most likely.
I suppose that'll take a while if you killed them all.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, she's not gonna show up. He'll start poking around. If he knew where she went, he'll come straight here. If he didn't, he'll ask around.
I don't believe he knew. She was prone to do whatever she wanted, whenever she wanted.
I met her just the once, but she seemed like that sort, yeah. So, what brings you all here? Were you hunting them, or did you have a reason to come see me, your old friend Madrick?
Yes, we had a reason specifically to come and see you this time. So the little hiccup that I spoke of, we know of a wizard who could definitely help with the situation. He was, master to the apprentice, the young wizard, Albrecht, who was researching there. But he's got himself in a bit of a bind. And in order to help you, we need to help him first. And therein lies the crux of the problem. How familiar are you with the ruins of Thunder Tree? Just to the northeast of here.
I know where they are. I've never been there. Heard a few things. It was, well, a long time ago. Thunder Tree. Fuck, I don't know what happened to it. Well, before I was like this, it was a town like Phandalin. Bit bigger. Elves lived there. Not just elves, but a lot of elves. I know it's ruins now, something happened. Not a lot of folk go there. But, crazy old man says he's from there. Stops by now and then to talk. Mostly just to babble.
To battle?
Babble. Run his
Oh.
mouth. Talks to his mouse. Crazy.
Yes, well, that is the wizard that we need.
Why don't you just grab him the next time he's out for a shit?
Well,
He walks down this way to shit in my woods.
How often?
I don't know. Seen him 3 times since last I saw you.
When is the most recent time?
Week ago. Oh. Yeah, week ago. 6 days.
Yeah, she's just gonna look around the room at the others and be like, why don't we just snatch him?
we know why.
Because of the spell that's on him, plus the repercussions of not returning him.
So, you knew the Thunder Tree then, or at least you've heard of it. The elves that lived there.
I've heard of it, yeah.
Do you know what kind of elves, by chance?
The fucking pointy-eared kind.
Well, they're all
He looks at Lunalia
just
and
point at Lunalia.
shrugs.
They're all pointed ears.
He's
Well,
not wrong.
There seems to be one in the ruins who's a little clingy. And that's part of the reason why we can't take him.
She's a collector of things, and she's decided that this wizard of ours is part of her collection.
His eyes narrow and he just nods as he listens.
I mean, she's old, so she probably has a vast collection of probably other things, treasures. I mean, if the entire town of Thunder Tree is in ruins, maybe she scavenged all of it. Who knows what could be hidden there? We didn't really want to stick around to find out because the maze leading to him was kind of spooky.
Difficult. So, we had hoped that maybe we could get your help.
You mean to tell me the lot of you are afraid of a little elf and her maze?
Oh, she's not an elf.
What the fuck is
If
she?
any of you want to shut her up, you need to speak now.
She's a very, very old elf who has the ability to change what she looks like, and that's also part of the reason why we are afraid of her.
Have you ever seduced a dragon?
Or Scribbles is gonna fucking say it.
I need to know where in Scribble's past he would have heard that phrase.
What's that?
Well, given that he speaks in repeated phrases that he's heard, it boggles my mind to think of what what pub he heard somebody ask somebody else that.
Maybe it's a title of a book that he's heard of.
Or a song a bard sung
Yeah.
or something.
He just looks at Scribble wide-eyed. A fucking dragon. Really? How
We
big?
don't know how much fucking she's up to, but she is a dragon.
How big?
Well,
Very.
we didn't see her in a form, did we?
I did.
Hmm.
Well, I felt her presence very close,
Yeah,
and you've
large.
seen her up in the skies.
Large, Rogar, and oddly quiet for a creature so large. The way it moved through the woods about you was almost as if it had no limbs, almost as if it slithered like a snake.
Well, me and Noro have seen her hunting, haven't we?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and even then, supernaturally quiet, as the great winged beast, circled and dove to snatch up prey. It made less sound than you would expect it to.
Yeah, she was very agile.
She's very agile, she's very quiet, and she hunts. Matter of fact, on our way there was a goblin that we stumbled across. Said that his kind were being hunted by you for sport? Or was it by you? Or was it by the other mad guy?
No, it was Madrick.
Okay. She's been hunting them, I guess, for food.
I wonder why she's never bothered us here. Can't be that far away from Thunder Tree. It's not more than 5-10 miles northeast.
I'm sure it's only a matter of time.
Well, there's something special about this place no one knows about. Something that keeps her away. Maybe that's why the old man comes here. Why don't we ask her over for a visit?
You want her to
Or-
come here.
Sure, why the fuck not? Get her out of her hole. No one fights a dragon in their own home. No one that lives.
I don't know that we would be able to convince her. You could go and drop her an invitation. She doesn't seem to have much of an interest in us.
I feel like you're trying to feed me to a fucking dragon to rescue your wizard friend.
Oh, if I'm to
I would never do
understand,
that.
if I'm to understand, can't you just come back to life?
Maybe she won't eat you.
She did say that she's interested in, how does she put it? Interesting people. Or
Fuck!
people that
That's what I'm
keep-
afraid of. She won't kill me. I hate clingy women.
I don't know. She is very pleasing to the eye.
Yeah, I mean, she is an elf, so she,
She's
the
not
whole
exactly
stereotype.
an elf.
Yeah,
But
I
also,
don't-
think of it. If she keeps you close to her, and it's her lair, just imagine the treasures you could find.
Right, that I can find that I can't have because she'll kill me.
Maybe she will let you have some. Maybe you could work out a deal.
No deal.
You
Tell
know-
me about this drow. How do we kill him?
I don't know how to kill him.
Fuck.
Are you sure
Do you
you're
know
not
anything?
interested? No! Look, I'm new to all of this.
I can tell.
Up until about 6 months ago, I lived in the middle of nowhere on a tiny little lake on a tiny little island.
I can tell.
I would happily go back, but unfortunately, I can't.
Huh. Yeah, that's one thing you can't do. You never go back to the way things were. Look, I'll think about it. I don't want to go anywhere near her, especially not in her home. You get her to come out here for a visit, maybe we'll talk. This spider sure would like to step on him. Watch him squirm.
Well, I'm sure once he finds out about his sister, that's only a matter of time before you have a confrontation.
I mean,
You're f-
Madrick, if you're able to, and Paramon comes back, if you can keep him here for long enough, just for keep him over for tea, or ask him to do some druid stuff here, maybe fix up your castle. Maybe she'll come looking for him.
You gonna stick around for that?
Fuck no! I mean, I could always just send her a bird and tell her. But I do like this idea of getting him here for tea and not letting him go. I'm assuming she'd come looking for him.
We do have to head back to town to pick up a couple of things. So because we don't really know his schedule of showing up here, we don't really know if we'll be back, but let's say that we will. It is on our list of priorities to come save him, but yeah, let's say that we'll be back.
What do you
Rogar,
suppose
I
I
don't
should...
wa- I don't want to say we're going to be back if we're not going to be back.
I mean, we'll be back this
Are
way
we coming
anyways.
back, or are we lying to him?
Are you saying that out loud?
Yeah.
Nice. He leans forward, intently listening as you say that.
Well, we would have to come back this way anyways in order to find Paramon, even if he doesn't come visit. So, yeah, we would be back anyways.
Madrick, we will be back.
Uh-huh. So just invite him in for coffee, tea, something. Don't let him go.
Tea. He likes tea, yes.
He likes tea. What about that centaur that always hangs around him? Should I kill him?
No,
No,
that is a friend of Paramon's.
Huh.
he is.
You could perhaps get him to help you keep Paramon here.
I think the centaur might also be part of her collection, but
No,
I'm not.
she wants nothing to do with him.
Hmm.
She doesn't like him.
Then no, he's just a bystander.
I'll see what I can do.
It shouldn't be hard. He's an old man, but be careful. He is much more powerful than he lets on.
Sure he is.
if he offers you tea, make sure that he doesn't throw it at you.
He's a little eccentric.
He gets a little excited when he offers tea.
Right. Alright, fuck off then. I've got some thinking to do.
Well, we'll be spending the night here.
Oh, you will.
Well, it's too late to set out now.
Fuck.
Magic,
make
remember who
breakfast.
got you this place.
Breakfast.
I'll make breakfast.
Deal.
Ah, the kind of people I like. Think with their stomach, not with their head.
Boy, I've been alive for 500 years. The only thing that keeps me fucking happy anymore is food. Ale.
Yes, it shows.
Hmm.
Anyway, bye!
I'm guessing we're just heading back up to the room we stayed in the first night upstairs.
Yeah.
Alright, well, you make your way to the room in which you camped previously, parting ways with Madrick, leaving him a couple of different things to think about. Is there anything, before we end the session, that anybody wants to talk about or do? To maybe look forward to next week, think about what you might want to do, give me some ideas of what to plan for.
Well, Rogar was saying we have to head back to Phandalin. What is it that we're heading back there for?
Well, the axe that Noro commissioned
Oh, right.
the two. Also, if the drow doesn't go back to the Black Spider and let him know that Madrick, tell him the story of what we said transpired.
Mm-hmm.
If we can meet with what's his name, the other drow, the one that's
Talranas.
Talranas.
I don't think he's reachable.
He might be.
He's following Solmia.
Right.
But the drow that we let go has seen him.
Oh, right. He's seen him, not long ago.
Also, if we wanted to have a meeting with the Black Spider, we would need to head down kind of towards the Rock Seekers. And if we head down towards the Rock Seekers, we could potentially take Satan with us. Because he said he was interested.
Silas. His name's Silas.
Satan.
Satan.
Now, how many of you guys met him? Was it just Noro and Scribble?
I think so.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was just you two, wasn't it?
Yep. The magistrate's office.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think you guys told us about him.
Yeah.
Lunalia just assumes he's a tiefling.
And that's basically what he looks like, a red skin.
She's seen
tiefling
loads of
with-
tiefling. Yeah.
With, short horns.
Tricksters.
Not all tiefling are tricksters.
So yeah, I'm just thinking, if we head back to Phandalin, and we don't hear anything from, the Black Spider side, we could potentially go down and meet him ourselves, let him know what happened. Did the Black Spider's sister have any other special, amulets, jewelry, or anything on her?
No, not that you found.
Okay.
Just the ring and the sword and the coin and gems.
Okay.
Didn't we want to ask Deebs something in town? Didn't he have a way of contacting or seeing where the spider was?
I mean, I had I think told you, outside of session, reminded you that clerics have access to the sending spell.
Yeah, it's It's that Deebs had seen the black spider, so he's able to
To send
use
to
like
him.
25 words to him.
Right. Perhaps that is something we will look into while we're in town.
Yeah, and we don't have to RP that because that'd be awkward. But I can, I can narrate it.
No, we should totally get Deebs in for 5 minutes.
Oh no! If he wants to come in for 5 minutes, yeah, of course. But I don't. Yeah. I'm just double checking to make sure clerics have sending. I'm sure they have it.
They do.
Yep, they do. It is a 3rd level spell, so worst case, if he didn't have it prepared for the day, you just wait and he could prepare it the next morning. That evening, actually, that night. As clerics of Saloon pray at night for their spells. Alright, well, I think we can end it there. Don't forget to punch your long rest buttons. Go ahead and do that right now for anybody who's, used any spells or taken any damage, or it's just not a bad idea to do it.
Okay.
For next week, I will plan for your return to Phandalin, and or any hijinks here, as well as a trip south to the Rockseekers camp. It will be interesting to see in the probably pushing 3 weeks since last you saw them, what's happened. You did hear rumor that I think that they had confirmed finding the entrance of the mine, but had a setback in discovering some resistance when entering the mine. Something the Black Spider himself had alluded to when he let you know that he took a leap of faith of sorts and teleported directly into where he thought it might be, finding it full of dead things and devoid of his ultimate goal, the Spellforge. So there we go. That's it. Thanks everybody for listening. Thank you guys for attending. I had a great time as always. Always fun to see what you guys come up with. And we'll see you all next week.